Pirates stuck around till closing time last night, and here this evening they look to rebound from that early morning heartbreak. It's the Pirates and the Atlanta Braves here from new SunTrust Park. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block with you. Bob Walk will join me in a moment as the Pirates lineup today missing the number 3 hitter. Andrew McCutchen is getting a day off here today. He's hitting 200. He's off to a slow start this year, and he knows it. And he talked with reporters about his early season struggles earlier today.
I lay my head down at night and I sleep pretty good. So, you know, as many people would like to think that I'm beating myself up, I'm not. And I know some people may feel I should be, but there's a lot of other things in the world that, you know, matter, you know. So, and I just try and put things into perspective, you know, every single night. I'm healthy and got a great group of guys around me, and you know, and I'm here and I'm working. I'm doing everything that I can to produce. You know.
And Bob, it was here in Atlanta last year where Andrew McCutchen got some time off, and it ended up righting the ship for him as the year went on.
You know, I think because of what he went through last year, that he'll be able to right the ship in a hurry this year, and you can see there he's staying very positive. So let's hope he gets back to himself in a hurry.
And the Pirates got a good start from a rookie righty last night, and here tonight, Trevor Williams tries to repeat that feat.
Yeah, Trevor has got that lineup just stuffed with lefties against him tonight. That's been a problem for him. Hopefully he handles them.
Trevor Williams will go for the Buccos here in Game 3 of this 4-game set. Pirates still looking for their first win. We're looking to stay dry, too, as well. No rain in the forecast here tonight for the Pirates and the Braves coming up right here on Root Sports.
Is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, the largest health system rated #1 in the region for all the things that matter most. And by Kenny Ross Subaru, total confidence pricing. Let's go Bucks!
And the umpires, who have had to deal with a lot, they had to make the decision last night to stick with it through that 3+ hour rain delay. And it ended up in a Braves victory. A lot of intrigue. Clint Hurdle has been ejected from the first 2 games of the series. He's in there to start here tonight. And here at SunTrust Park, a lot of Pirates fans either in the area or making the trip down to see the Pirates' first games here at this new ballpark. And the lineup tonight for Clint Hurdle's Pirates, the RAV4 lineup: Adam Frazier atop the order, the native Georgian, with the Joshes Harrison and Bell. Freeze will clean up tonight. John Jaso 4 for 9 in the series. Then Mercer, 2 big hits last night. Danny Ortiz gets a start in center. Chris Stewart and Trevor Williams the battery.
And Frazier getting ready. He's really done a great job up there at the top of that lineup, setting the table. And a lot of talk picking up over the last week that maybe a batting title in his future.
And a native of Bishop, Georgia, nearby here, Julio Teheran, the start tonight.
And one of those guys that's always kind of flown under the radar. You know, nobody really notices how good he is year after year. Now this year he's off to a little bit of a slow start. The ERA is up there 5.5. That's not good, but normally he's one of the better starting pitchers in the league.
And here at this ballpark, an ERA over 10. He has really struggled at home. The defense behind him tonight, the Honda defense, as Matt Adams has been a thorn in the Pirates side, now with the Braves too. Phillips joins him on that right side, with Peterson getting a start for the rookie Swanson Ruiz at third. Kemp, Inciarte, Markakis in the outfield again. Tyler Flowers gets the nod behind the plate tonight for Atlanta. And Flowers, a good hitting catcher, good hitting batter. Adam Frazier, 356. Held hitless last night, still got on base though. And now 2-1. Teheran, an ERA over 10.5 in fact here. On the road, an ERA under 1. And it has not been a welcome sight for the ballpark change, at least for him so far.
Well, for any pitcher, really.
Yeah.
You know, now I don't know what the numbers say for all these guys. Maybe somebody's different here, but if you ask me, where do you want to pitch? I would definitely take Turner Field over this place, and I've only seen it a couple of games, and obviously been looking at the box scores, that sort of thing. But this looks like it's going to be a hitter's ballpark.
That ball really jumping last night. That's a foul ball. And we saw quite a bit of balls once they get out. I don't know. You know, we saw right center balls start to carry a little bit better out there.
Yeah, I would think from
Adams.
About the Brave bullpen to the right field foul line looks like a great place to hit home runs.
Yeah, Jordy Mercer had his first opposite field home run outside of a ballpark last night.
Oh, how did that miss Frazier's leg? I was sure that was going to hit him.
And Mercer with a big hit too. Pirates were down to their last strike, came through with that 2-run base hit. And seeing Jameson Taillon on the Pirate bench, also a good sign. Through a bullpen session yesterday. Last 10 games, Frazier even hotter than that, 4 1/4. Driving in runs from that leadoff spot. Already an 8th pitch of this initial at bat. And he'll draw the walk. A good start for the Buccos against Teheran. Let's look at our Rivers Casino tips to win. What do you got for us tonight, Bob?
Well, no one left out. Last night we left on 13 guys left on base, and I'd like to see us do a better job. We mentioned this is a hitter's ballpark. You know, not only hitting home runs, but you also have to do a better job with guys in scoring position. Not leave so many runs out there, and be careful with the lefties tonight. That's kind of referring to Trevor Williams. His numbers as a starter for sure are not all that great against left-hand hitters.
Frazier running right away. And he's in there.
We'll talk about the lefty stuff a little bit more when Trevor gets out there.
Second steal for Adam Frazier.
He's going to be aggressive.
Flowers throws out about a quarter of attempted base stealers.
They got a breaking ball down. Good pitch to run on. Braves are holding things up right now. They're waiting for their guys in the clubhouse to tell them what they see. They're looking at all the different angles, different slow motion replays.
Terry Pendleton out there. He's the bench coach. Says we're not going to challenge this one. They wanted to see if he stayed on the bag, I think, right? Well, or if the tag came down.
Yeah, I think that there's no doubt he was on the bag.
Yeah, let's see if that initial tag from Phillips was there.
That's what has to be eliminated right there. That holding up the game while the clubhouse looks at the plays.
I'm with you. So Frazier's second steal in scoring position. Harrison at 292. Already more home runs this year than last, or the year prior for that matter. And Tehran is not an easy guy to run on. He is has one of the best pickoff moves, especially for a right-hander. So Frazier going right away on first pitch.
He got the breaking ball though. You know, he might have been peeking in. Maybe he saw the sign. He definitely picked the right pitch.
And he'll stay put. And an errant throw allows Harrison to reach. That'll be a base hit.
You know, I really think that ball needed to be played a little differently.
Didn't charge it.
No, I mean, who do you think was running? A slow catcher?
Yeah. Well, Jace Peterson in there tonight. Dansby Swanson getting a day off. A talented rookie shortstop of the Braves.
That was just a misplay in my book. If you're pitching, you get a 3-hop ground ball to the shortstop, you should have an out, shouldn't you?
Well, instead, first and second. See if Josh Bell can take advantage. 254 with 9 home runs. That leads the ball club. Authoritative call from Vic Carapazza behind the plate tonight.
Big part of being an umpire. You got to bellow it out.
Yeah, Tom Hallion's the crew chief at first. Phil Cuzzy and Nick Lenz also on the bases. Clint Hurdle ejected in the first inning of the game yesterday when Josh Bell was running down the third base line and questioned whether he was given a running path. Rare awkward swing there.
I don't know. I think Bell takes a lot of awkward swings.
Yeah,
but half of them go for base hits.
That's a good point. He's a hitter, all right. And he will not bite a lot of times on a ball that isn't a pitch that he can hit. Already 17 pitches for Tehran. Ooh, just missed on that one. 93.
Continue to try to crowd him up on his hands. That ball just a little bit in off the plate.
Yeah, everything's been in that vicinity. Sets up inside again.
Same spot. Definitely a cluster up there. That was their game plan. Be interesting now next at bat. Do they change anything? Or maybe Bell has to force them to change something. But right now, just pouring that fastball up and in.
So that's the first out on the 19th pitch issued by Tehran. David Freese, the cleanup man tonight.
This is kind of an early look to see how we're going to do on the tips tonight. The left on base numbers were not good in last night's ball game, and in first inning now we got an opportunity to start off with 2 guys on base. Got to get at least one of those guys home.
Phil Cuzzy and Freese didn't see eye to eye in the opener of this series. Freese was ejected. Yeah, a lot of ejections already for the Pirates of this series. Freese and then Hurdle twice.
After no ejections all year.
Yeah, you don't see a manager argue a lot these days with replay. It all kind of gets settled.
Or even players.
Yeah, that's fair.
Balls and strikes are about it. Even plays out on the field, they're all video review.
Yeah, Freese was barking from the Pirates dugout, and he said in his post-game comments that the umpire Phil Cuzzy did not give him a warning. He just threw him out. He said, "I'm not a rookie." And he's a strikeout victim as Tehran rebounding with a couple of Ks here with 2 men on.
Seems to be the fastball that he's using. This one, no doubt that was in the strike zone. That was right there.
Well, he's always been tough to hit. I mean, deceiving. Doesn't throw all that hard.
I would consider it a decent fastball, but it's certainly not a power pitch.
He's been the ace for the Braves. He's started opening day, opened this ballpark, and has had some good seasons. Now up to Jaso. He's been swinging a better bat. A lot of extra base hits. Now with a 5-game hitting streak. Little pop. Will it drop? No, Peterson is there. And so the Pirates get the first 2 men on, but they're left right there, and now Atlanta coming to bat. in this series. Braves are taking the first 2 of this 4-game set. And Richard Williams, father of Trevor, here on the trip, watching his son make his 5th major league start tonight. And the lineup that he will face for the Atlanta Braves, Brian Snitker has Ender Inciarte atop the lineup, 8 for 9 in this series. Brandon Phillips and then Nick Markakis, who drove in the game winner last night. Kemp cleans up. Matt Adams at first, Tyler Flowers, then Rio Ruiz, Jace Peterson, and Julio Teheran at the bottom of the order.
Take a look at Trevor's numbers on the season. Has worked on that ERA a little bit. Actually has brought it down, even though it's up in the 6s. And one of the things that we're going to be very cognizant of today is how he does against those left-handers. If you look at the splits, they're not all that good as a starting pitcher, lefty righty, and the Braves have definitely loaded up on left-hand hitters.
The first of which, Ender Inciarte. He's been on base 9 out of the 10 times in this series, all singles. That's pretty wild. 5 for 5 in the opener. This time they're going to nab him. And the splits against the lefties, that actually went up a little bit after his last start, but way better than where he was last year in terms of Indy and with the Pirates against lefties.
They weren't so bad as a relievers. As a starter is where they really are out of line. I was looking here earlier. As a starter, the batting average is .370 against lefties. Slugging percentage way up almost .500.
And that's where it was last year in his
he's really,
cameo.
And we've talked about this before, and I've explained to you why it's such a difference as a starter. As a reliever, it's all about the way the lineup's put together. Coming out as a reliever, your manager picks on who you pitch against. When you're starting, the other manager picks who you're pitching against. And so that's why guys as a starter sometimes will have much tougher time with their splits than they did as a reliever. And you look tonight, you look at the lineup, it's all packed with left-handed hitters. Of the regulars out there, only 3 of them hit from the right side. So that's something to watch tonight.
And there's some tough lefties in there too. Yeah, Williams last year against lefties in terms of at AAA Indianapolis, and then with the Pirates, they hit over 300 against him. And Nick Markakis on deck. 3 of the first 5 left-handed. Gets the righty though, and 2 up and 2 down against Williams here in the first.
Phillips, Kemp, and Flowers, the only righties.
95 from Williams. And we'll look to how many balls that he gets on the ground tonight, and maybe the outfield will be a little quiet tonight. Danny Ortiz out there in center with Frazier and Jaso flanking him. Freeze, Mercer, Harrison, and Bell in that infield. And part of the battery tonight, Chris Stewart getting a chance to catch with the day game tomorrow.
Notice that was a fastball that he threw there by Phillips. Kind of upped his percentage of fastballs in his last start. Not nearly as many sliders.
Said he didn't have a feel for it.
He really threw an awful lot of fastballs, and if you have success that way, then you're more likely to kind of stay with it that next game. So be interesting tonight to see if he mainly goes fastball, tries to throw a lot of two-seamers, get ground balls.
Now we've seen that the last 2 starts, the ground balls.
Could try and elevate one here.
Markakis driving in the game winner in the bottom of the 9th last night. And a heartbreaker, the Pirates had taken a lead with 2 outs and 2 strikes. They were trailing when Jordy Mercer came through with the big hit. Only to fall in the 9th inning. Hadn't happened since 1993. But Williams issues a 1-2-3 first. Pirates looking to get an early lead here in Atlanta. Here tonight, Hines Ward in attendance here this evening, cheering on the Buccos, well, and the Braves a little bit too. She's got the Braves thing on. Matt Adams drove in the game winner last night. Markakis scored it. I should correct myself from earlier. Adams, the thorn in the side of the Pirates all those years with the Cardinals, and again here in this series with the Braves. But Jordy Mercer came through with that big hit. 2 outs, 2 strikes on him, 2-run.
It was kind of a very fired up, emotional type of a thing at the end of the night when he got that hit, because the Pirates, after sitting all through that rain delay with the lead, couldn't hold it, and then they had to fight in the 9th inning to take it back, and the Mercer base hit did it. You know, Jordy very excited about it, coming through with that big hit.
Talking with him today, he said he yelled so loud, you know, it's your emotions, right? Yeah, you know, and then he realized everybody in the ballpark could hear him.
All 10 of them.
Yeah. Just a handful of folks at about 1:30 in the morning when he hit that.
More people in the dugouts than there were in the seats.
And he'll come up with another base hit. And why not yell after something like that? With 2 strikes and 2 outs, you can kind of hear him right there. And that brought the Pirates to, they were down 1 to up 1. First time the Pirates had a 2-out, 2-strike go-ahead hit in the 9th or later since a bases clearing double by Andrew McCutchen back in 2010. So just to show you how rare that is, to be down to your final strike, come back that late. But the Braves coming back to score 2 in the bottom of the 9th inning. And the game ended at 1:52 in the morning. The latest a Pirate game had ended in 34 years. Tonight, though, no rain expected, so. Danny Ortiz getting a start in center field. Andrew McCutchen getting a day off today, so Ortiz in there, and McCutchen talking with reporters, acknowledging his slow start before the game, and Clint Hurdle saying that, you know, we're going to go day by day with this, and it was in Atlanta last year where McCutchen had the whole series off, and then ended up kind of definitely improving as the last couple months went on.
If you look at our outfield tonight, you can see why it's so hard to predict what some team might do. at the beginning of the year. You just never know.
Yeah, the outfield tonight of Frazier, who had been working as an infielder primarily. Ortiz, who had never played in the major leagues until the last couple of weeks, and then John Jaso, who I don't think we thought of him as an outfielder.
And that's your outfield
yeah.
for tonight. And you would have, I don't think, ever thought that you wouldn't have more than 2 of the regular 3 out, or usually really just 1. You'd think you'd rest maybe Marte, or then occasionally race Polanco and Kutch, but there would be like 2 out of the 3 would always be out there. Tonight, nobody out there. It's a very unpredictable sport. A lot of different things can happen.
Just like Mercer's hit last night. I mean, you're a strike away. The atmosphere is like a library, and then boom, you have a lead all of a sudden. That's why we watch every night. You never know what you're going to see from day to day, from moment to moment. Stewart looking for that first run batted in since July the 1st last year. Of course, he missed most of the second half a year ago, and has been played sparingly here in the early going as the backup catcher. And Peterson having a tough time at short today.
Yeah, I would say so. And that ball's hit fairly sharply. You have a guy running the first base. It's not very fast, and this should end the inning.
Give him a fielder's choice and then the error to allow Mercer to reach second. Harrison reached on what was ruled a hit back in the first on a play that he should have made. Getting a rare start in there for Dansby Swanson.
So he's allowed 3 base runners now.
There's Dansby in the center there, next to last night's starter R.A. Dickey. And the battery, Suzuki, on his left. Well, the Braves communicating what they want to do here with Williams out. Tyler Flowers in there tonight. Now 2 strikes. Williams still without a hit. Doesn't need to come up with one here. Just a good bunt. And that will work. So he moves up the runners. The bunt foul with 2 strikes. It's a strikeout. So
sometimes it takes 3. You gotta keep at it. That's why I'm never a big fan of seeing guys give one up by trying to swing. Might take you all 3 shots.
We were talking about no poor weather expected. I don't think we were expecting anything last night, but our Point Park tweets, and Rob Biertemple, who covers the Pirates, thanking the Braves for the rain delay emergency snack kit for use when general signs of being hangry.
Better late than never.
Yeah, so some little snack items in there. Yeah, it was slim pickings last night in the wee hours. Kitchen had closed around closing time here, so.
Where is the kitchen, by the way? So
down in the bowels of the stadium here, I think. They had all gone home at that point. Frazier with a 2-out chance here with 2 in scoring position. Pirates had first and second, nobody out in the first. Did not advance them.
This is about as good an opportunity as you get. Two guys in scoring position, and a guy that's been your best hitter at the plate.
That one hit deep to right, and no doubt about this one. Adam Frazier, a 2-out, 3-run home run.
Yeah, he's been the best hitter. You know, this is the kind of stuff you don't expect from him. You know he's capable of it, but you don't expect it. You don't think, okay, you know, Frazier's going to hit us a home run tonight, knock in 3 runs. What you like about him is he's going to hit some line drives. He's going to get on base. He's going to set the table. But you can't play him cheap because he does have pop in the bat, and there's some example of it right there.
Now he hit that off the facing of the restaurant in right, his second home run. And the kid from Bishop, Georgia, in front of family and friends tonight, puts the Pirates in the lead early. Pardon the expression, but he really tomahawked that one. That was
got out of here like a silver bullet.
And that will be the final out of the inning. But Adam Frazier, a huge home run, and the Pirates will enjoy an early advantage. Home run, and it's 3-0 Pirates on our UPMC scoreboard. That was quite a blast.
Yeah, you can see that they were trying to throw him right where they did. I mean, the target, he'd already dropped the glove there, but before that he'd give the target almost exactly where Tehran threw the ball.
And he turned it around 401 feet.
See there where it hit? Way up high over the refrigerated chairs.
He's got some surprising pull power too. He has been a delight to watch. Pirates have kept Matt Kemp relatively at bay in this series. RBI hit in the 7th yesterday. Lone one of the series, 1 for 8. A different story without Freddie Freeman in the lineup, though they can make the case that Matt Adams has been a reasonable facsimile here in this series.
Yeah, I don't think it's been much of a difference.
There's Freeman in the glasses.
Adams is, well, what more could he have done to this point? 2 games.
Freeman wears glasses on the field and off.
On the field and off.
It's an inside joke for us when we were looking at the 1966 media guide, right? They would list who wore glasses. It was a big thing. But yeah, the cast fractured left wrist is going to be out for the next couple of months for the Braves. And Trevor Williams, 2 groundouts, 2 strikeouts to start. looking in control early.
Pretty good changeup. See that an awful lot nowadays. Right on right, left on left changeups. Used to be only the guys with that were known to have that great changeup that could do that, but just about everybody at least attempts it nowadays.
So now Matt Adams, 5 hits and 9 trips this series. His numbers with the Cardinals and the Braves. Did not have a regular playing time in St. Louis. And so Freeman out. The Braves scrambling to find a suitable replacement. And they went and traded for Adams. I wonder if he'll get it right again. I mean, he was a pretty productive player for a few years there in St. Louis.
Well, he definitely has changed the way he looks, his body type. He looks much more athletic.
He slimmed down in the offseason, about 20 pounds.
He hadn't been here very long, but let's just say he does continue to hit like he. I mean, this opportunity for him here, playing every day. So I mean, if he puts up big RBI numbers, some home runs, could easily do it in this ballpark.
Sure.
Also. They would have to figure out where they're going to put him to keep his bat there once Freeman gets back. And Freeman's job is, I mean, he's one of the premier first basemen in all of baseball. So he's just Adams just a placeholder right now.
Popped him up. And where will it go? Harrison tracking that down for out number 2. And talking about Freddie Freeman's injury, let's look at the Pirates now. Concerns on our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Gregory Polanco progressing. He's eligible to come off the disabled list tomorrow. He thinks he's feeling right. He's been taking some batting practice yesterday and today with the good weather, able to do some running as well. And some those aren't even dry swings. Those are pantomimed swings and throws. But no, it is
high fives. Practicing his high fives. Yeah.
Ben Potenziano out there, also his roundhouse kicks.
This is Billy Jack.
He'll be in the MMA fight tomorrow. No, but Polanco's feeling good. So you know, this new 10-day DL too, I think, is interesting because remember Polanco last year? I think he missed 8 or 9 games. They couldn't put him on the DL because they knew it wasn't going to be 15 days. Well, now you can kind of, with these injuries that are kind of tweeners like that, you can just give them a 10-day breather.
And there's guys that are going to the deal that aren't even hurt.
Yeah.
Just giving them a 10-day breather. See, a lot of teams I think are going to end up trying to do that with their starting rotation, because you can, miss a guy and not have to send him down. Miss a start, I mean, and not have to send him down.
No swing. Yeah, because some guys, veterans, for instance, or guys out of options in a few other cases, you can't send them down. So that's a good way to shuffle the roster.
Maeda, is that the Dodger that almost no hit us?
And the next day's.
And then the next day he got sent down because his legs had been sore for a couple weeks. Well, obviously they are kind of playing a little bit with it to limit guys' innings so they don't have to do it later in the year. It's almost like they have a 6-man rotation.
That comes in and hits Flowers.
Flowers not very happy with that. Boy, that had to hurt him a little. Stung him. Well, he flung that bat away. Got that inside his right elbow.
That's the first base runner for the Braves. Rio Ruiz, rookie third baseman. Adonis Garcia is probably going to be back this weekend for Atlanta. Regular third baseman. his stat at 188 with a home run. Brian Snitker, first full season as the Braves manager, took over last year when Freddie Gonzalez was let go. Long-time Braves coach at the minor league level and big league coach for many years as well. And that will end the inning. Another ground ball out.
Trevor's did a great job with that fastball, especially getting in on guys.
And he's got a 3-0 lead through 2.
Allows just one base runner. The Tyrell Flowers hit by pitch. I'm Robbie and Mikowski hanging out in the seats behind home plate, where I'm pleased to be joined by Richard Williams, Trevor's father, watching his son pitch for the first time here at SunTrust Park in Atlanta as part of the father's trip. And Mr. Williams, how do you describe this experience, your first time on the father's trip?
It has been the most exciting time I've ever had. I couldn't dream for a better trip. I couldn't dream for a Father's Day gift like you folks, the Pirates have allowed us to have.
And a lot of fathers have had a lot of good times on this trip. Now, one thing that's very interesting about Richard Williams, the fathers are sitting up there on the second deck. You bought your own ticket to sit down here. Can you explain yourself, sir?
Well, there's only one way the umpire can hear me screaming, is I got to be behind the plate. But that's not true. I've always sat behind the plate. I've got front row Padre tickets, and I love watching pitching, and I love watching my son pitch, and I just need to see it from a different angle.
Of course, and it's certainly nobody would blame you for that. Now, with Trevor, when you look at him, he came up as a starter last year. Then he was a long guy coming out of spring training and into the beginning of the regular season. Now with Jameson Taillon on the DL, he's now a starter again. What qualities does your son have to be able to do that bounce back and forth, and have good results?
He's an extremely smart pitcher. He's really, he studies the game. Fortunately, he had some experience back at Arizona State freshman year. He was their closer, but it was very challenging. But he's a calm young man, and he's a deliberate young man, and let's see what happens. He's happy to be here. He's happy to be pitching for the Pirates.
Now, you've overcome so much. Obviously, you battled cancer and overcome that. You didn't know, just how long you'd be able to watch your son pitch. How much do you just treasure and enjoy these experiences of watching your son in the big leagues?
I've had about 562 days since my diagnosis, when they told me I had 60 to 90 days left to live. 562, I'm not counting. You bet I am. Every day is a blessing. I sat in that dugout when we took pictures today, and I just touched the grass, and I looked and I thought to myself, I am so blessed. And the Pirates have made this trip so special to all the parents, but especially me.
Of course, now when you speak about special moments, last year, obviously, we've seen it many times. If anybody that's a Pirates fan has seen that moment, how much do you two discuss that, or you and the rest of your family discuss that moment after he picked up his first big league win?
Well, it's funny. On this trip, we're rooming together. We're one of the few father sons that are actually in the room, and it's so neat to wake up and ask my son, did you sleep good? Did you not sleep good? We talk baseball all the time, and I'm not of course I can't coach him, but to be with him in a room, be on a trip like this, it's so special. Every Little League dad should have this special trip if they can.
Now, you go out to the bullpen, you watch your son warm up whenever you're physically at his games. How can you tell when he, quote unquote, has it on any given night?
I generally know when he's warming up. I can watch him from the outfield. He'll go about 3/4 of the way. I know he'll throw 100, 200 feet out, 100 yards out. And then all of a sudden, I can tell pretty quick. Today, I was watching him, and he started off the game beautifully. He's placing his fastball unbelievably tonight. His off-speed pitch is good. The inside pitch on getting to hit the batter, that's what he's going to do. He knows he's supposed to hit that or come inside to that young man.
We should get you a seat next to Bob Walk. It's the last thing he said right before we went to break. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Great to talk to you again.
You're welcome, Rob. Nice seeing you again, and go Pirates.
Yep, let's hope. How about that? The bond that Trevor and his father Richard share, it's a special one, and really it's cool to see how much fun these dads are having this week, guys.
There's no doubt, and I don't think there's any more special bond than those two. I mean, you think about Richard having stage 4 lymphoma last year, and as he pointed out, he's counted every day that he didn't know that he would have. And to be able to be here tonight and experience this, I mean, for all the fathers is special, but especially for Richard.
It's great the way he gets behind the plate, watches again. I think that's neat. And it's not like he's just down there watching things. I mean, obviously, you know, he's watching the way his son is moving the fastball in and out tonight. He's talking about that. Placing that pitch. I mean, that's kind of the story. The first 2 innings is a good fastball command. The way he's moving it up and down, in and out, jamming the hitters, moving it in on the hands of the lefties and the righties both.
Well, some of us get a couple of years to watch our kids play ball. A few more than that, and some are very lucky to watch them keep playing all the way to this level. That's what's nice about having the dads as part of this trip. They get to hang out with them just like they were 13 again.
Yeah, I think that was kind of cool too. They're in the same room.
Maybe have some snacks up late, you know.
It is. It's like
Major League Baseball, but yet it's still just as pure as that.
It's like travel ball. They're going to a tournament now. Yeah, we were down that tournament in Atlanta.
Yeah, East Cobb showcase down there. It's a very nice reflection there from Robbie talking with Richard Williams, father Trevor. Jaso putting together good at bat here as Tehran was a strike away from getting out of the second scoreless. That pitch count 54. He's had multiple men on in each of the first 2 innings.
Too low. Change up. T on the DL. Too low.
Called out on strikes. And remember last September 7th, a hug for Dad after his first big league win, and now many more of those. ball outside the zone to end that inning. It stays 3-0.
Ball was well outside of the zone. You can see why Jaso threw the bat away on that one.
And so Trevor Williams still working with that 3-0 lead. Jace Peterson getting a start for Dansby Swanson tonight. He's juggled the ball a couple of times at short.
He's the difference in the ball game.
Yeah, those runs ended up being unearned after the 2-out 2-strike 3-run home run by Frazier. Lost the bat and the at bat. Oh, you never see it break like that. Boy. Looks like a bowling pin.
It's getting sawed off. Actually, off the end of the bat.
Good footwork. Where's the rest of? Okay. Tehran, a decent hitting pitcher, 150 in his career, $1.18 this year. Freeze will cut that off and get the second out. And he's no Tyler Glasnow at the plate. Let's look at our Barrel Automotive League leaders. And Glasnow, first Pirate pitcher to collect 3 hits in a game last night since Doug Drabek back in '91. One of 10 pitchers in the last half century to have 3 hits in the game. The only one with more than that, Steve Blass, back in September of '69. And had 2 infield hits. First time a Pirate pitcher had done that since John Lieber, 19 years ago.
It looks like early returns, but it looks like Tyler definitely going to be able to be a plus for himself on offense. And mainly because he can get the ball put in play like he did last night, avoid the strikeouts, and you can get lucky every now and then when you can run as well as he does.
Yeah.
He gets down that line. And so there'll be some instances where just puts the ball in the right spot and they can't get him out.
Those long strides.
He really covers a lot more ground than you think. For as tall as he is, a lot of times you see tall guys and they just don't run well. Well, that's certainly not the case with Tyler.
That's all he does. Ender Inciarte, the first Braves hit tonight. He's got 9 hits in this series in 11 trips, all singles.
Tried to pull the ball last time up and put the ball on the ground, or ground ball up there to Jay. So he went back to his bread and butter, taking the pitches that are away the other direction, and got another hit.
Broke that 0-for-1 slump. He's got 9 steals too, so you got to pay attention.
And there's 2 outs, so this is when a base stealer looks to win. 2 outs.
Been thrown out 3 times.
Brandon Phillips up there by the 300 mark.
Really does defy time, doesn't he? He's 35 now.
Well, when the season started, he didn't look very good at all at the plate. He looked like he was getting old when he was at our place. Real cold weather. Old guys just don't like to hit when it's cold. Well, he's hitting now.
He's come home. Grew up in Stone Mountain, Georgia. This is the The new Brandon Phillips swing, I guess, right? Where he leaves both of his feet sometime. Both the rear and front foot. That familiar number 4.
Talking last night about his versatility as an offensive as a hitter. He's been in his career all up and down the lineup, different places, lead off to cleanup hitter.
He still can run a little bit. 200 homers, 200 steals, one of 6 second basemen to do that all time. Just hit his 200th home run in the opener of this series. 4 are in the Hall of Fame. The other one's in Detroit. Ian Kinsler. Ciarte is yet to move. Not going here. Williams varying his waiting times before he delivers.
No, you don't want those runners to be able to time you. I mean, if you're all, go set 1,001, go home, you do that 2 or 3 times in a row, then they're going to take liberties, get a half step on you before you even make your move to the plate.
Keeping him honest.
Not a bad idea to throw one over there every now and then when you're looking in for the sign. Because a lot of base runners are doing the same thing you are.
He's running. And Harrison had to move to cover the bag. And he'll be held at third on the base hit by Phillips. I wonder if it would have been over his head anyway.
It looked like as it left the bat, it was probably going to be high enough.
Yeah, I don't think
it would have got that.
They hit it right over the vacated position. Well executed by Atlanta, and now Williams is going to have to make some tough pitches. Two on and 2 out for Nick Markakis. Three-0 Pirates lead in the third. Well, we talked about handling lefties.
So far, so good. First time to the lineup, I think he did an excellent job of it. But, basically with the fastball, moving it in and out. Looks like he's going to try and throw a change up here. Throw a beauty. Nice spot right down there, just above the knees.
Looks like a nice straight change, easy to locate.
Yeah, you have one of those change-ups that look like a screwball. Well, they're nice to have. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. A lot of guys strive to get a little screwball type break to their changeup, but that straight one, as you just mentioned, that's the one you can actually kind of place, put where you want to, because you don't have that movement on it. That was a little slider. He's painting. Staying on the edges, not just with the fastball, but with his off-speed stuff as well.
Saw Markakis shake his head after that, and as in, that's a tough pitch.
Yeah. Putting it where he wants to. Dad's got to be happy watching this at bat. just barely missed with the fastball to start the at bat. Then the knee-high changeup. Then the paint down and in. Perfect spot for that slider. They tried to go upstairs with a fastball, and he put it up there. Just didn't get the swing, the chase that they were looking for.
2-2 to number 22. Phillips has swiped 7 bases. Just making sure that he stays put. He's thrown over there 3 times now. Ciarte at third with 2 outs. 2-2, and he struck him out. Through the high heat and then went right back with it. Stranding a pair here in the 3rd. A big strikeout. Dad loves it.
It's time for the Toyota all-wheel drive RAV 4th inning. Toyota, what drives you?
Nick Markakis, strikeout victim to end the 3rd. And here on the dad's trip, Richard Williams fired up after a big strikeout. He's got his good seat.
I mean, that at bat too, he had to really love. It was all about location. Right up to the very last pitch, the strikeout pitch, going upstairs trying to get a fastball, 94 by him. Mission accomplished.
This is just Williams' 5th major league start. Tell you, he's been impressive.
Well, even the game that he had the big problem in Dodger Stadium. I mean, if there was just a couple of different plays made there early on by himself,
right,
could have been a whole different game for him. So I mean, he really could be off to a great start. But that's in the past. He's turned the page and moved forward from there. He doesn't. That isn't bothering him. I'm sure he doesn't like to look up at this, ERA and that sort of thing. But that'll come down eventually. A nice play by Adams.
Mercer retired for the first time tonight. Well, I was looking at some of the numbers on Williams, and because of the ground balls that he gets, he's gotten some weak pop-ups tonight too. among starting pitchers, the greatest percentage of soft contact among National League starters. So I mean, Williams is, in a just a handful of starts, but
that's very encouraging tonight. The way he's pitching the lefties.
Something you highlighted as we started tonight to look for. Danny Ortiz getting a start tonight. 1 out of 10 in his brief action. Called up when Polanco went down. Pirates needing another true outfielder on the roster. Pulling that one for the second out. So 2 up and 2 down. 6 in a row set down by Teheran since the Frazier home run. MLB.TV Premium is back, and it's better than ever. You can watch every out-of-market regular season game live on more than 400 supported devices. Plus, you get a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for details. For Stewart, scored ahead of that Frazier long ball. Trevor Williams would be next if it gets to him. And Teheran starting to settle in. 5 strikeouts tonight, but the Pirates still own a 3-0 lead.
I believe the working day is done. Summertime is ours to run.
Hey, kick off your weekend with the Bucks and some of the best bands in the burg during Friday Night Rocks. Get tuned into Pittsburgh's music scene as we showcase local artists and tracks throughout every Friday Night Pirates broadcast. Good Brother Earl, this week's performer on Friday Night Rocks, presented by IC Light. Got the pillbox cap, the old Braves logo from the 70s as well. And the bearded righty, the rookie Trevor Williams. Facing Matt Kemp. Matt Adams, and then a Tyler thrown in there, Flowers. I like Williams's delivery. I just don't see a delivery kind of like that much these days.
What is it what you like about it?
Kind of scrunched up. I don't know how to describe it. Right about there. He kind of just
the high leg kick.
Yeah.
Like bringing the knee up.
Yeah. What am I seeing that's kind of a little different than? You know what I mean? It's just
a wind up.
Maybe that's it. It just feels a little different.
Most guys don't have a wind up. Nowadays it's just like kind of step and throw home.
I saw a picture of Warren Spahn, the great Braves lefty from years gone by, and he used to, like Paul Bird. Remember Paul Bird? Some of these guys bring their arms back too and really rear back and wind up. And how come you don't see that anymore?
I don't know why. I think in the search of trying to throw strikes, the part of the delivery, the mechanics that messes you up, it comes way after that part. It's when you're all stretched out and your front leg is hitting the ground and you're starting to rotate your hips and your shoulders. That's the mechanics that's meaningful. What the wind up, that's kind of free to have fun with.
Just whatever you feel comfortable.
Yeah, just what makes you feel good, what you like, what you're comfortable with. You want to do a Cueto, do a Cueto. But right now, when I said now, that's where you saw him. The foot's about to land. From that point on to where you release the ball, those are the mechanics that are important.
So a little twist or a little pause. You see some of the Japanese-born pitchers hesitate.
Yeah, but from right now, that's the same. Everybody's the same from that point on. It's the deal with hitting, like all the stuff, the different stances and everything. When they get into that, what they call the trigger position, you hear hitting coaches talk about that. From that point on, that's when that front leg comes down and the hands get to where they're going to swing from. That is where the mechanics are that they care about. Before that, it doesn't really make a whole lot of difference. As long as you get to the right spots when the front leg comes down the trigger, and it's the same thing with a pitcher. When that front leg comes down, you have to have everything in the right spot, and you have to have the timing to where you're not flying open with your hip and your shoulder too early. But winding up and stuff, just whatever you like. This part right here doesn't really mean a whole lot. A little pause right there. I like that. Beautiful.
But that last half, that's.
In fact, it actually kind of is a lot like what I did. Almost identical.
And this one will bang off that brick wall. Adams, who doesn't run very well, is going to try for a triple, and he'll get in there.
And that's big with one out. Well, Jay still thought he was going to be able to catch it, so he went back to the wall. Then when he couldn't get to it, it got off the bricks and rolled way back to the infield, and that's what created that double. Ideally, if he would have thought, okay, I can't catch that ball, and pulled up back on the grass, then he might have been able to catch the rebound. But see, he gets back on the track, and by the time he pulls up, now he's too close. And
really, Karam's far off that brick wall.
Yeah, with a brick wall, you're going to get a long rebound.
So I guess your center fielder's got to be your backup, right? I guess.
Well, no, you have to stay back on the grass.
Underneath it, it's that padded wall. First triple in 3 years for Matt Adams.
You have to decide before you get in there: am I going to be able to catch this ball or not? If the answer is you got a shot at it, well, then go back and jump up against the fence, try to catch it. If you know you can't catch it, well, then back off to where you can catch that rebound. But guys that have been playing the outfield their entire lives have problems sometimes, especially in a brand new ballpark that they've never been in before. And really, I've seen Jaso make great strides in making the correct decisions this year on, do I lay back and go for the rebound, or do I go after the ball? That time, I mean, the hindsight is always 20/20. I'm sure he'd tell you right now, I should have laid back, I should have stayed on the grass.
I was still surprised, though, how quickly it rebounded off that brick wall, too.
It's a brick wall.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying I was surprised by it. I went out there and looked at it. I'm still surprised. But Ortiz, the center fielder, wasn't near it either. But like you said, Bob, it's the right fielder's responsibility.
We were talking about something before he hit that ball off the wall. What was that?
We're talking about the motion of.
Williams.
And you said he reminds you of him, and then he hit a triple off the wall.
And that's where I was going, because I was like thinking, and that's what happened most of the time after one of my windups. Ball hit off the wall. But especially when I saw him do that little pause thing after he went over his head, I can kind of remember a similar thing. It's like it's been, what, 25 years or something? So it's hard for me to remember back that far. But I don't think I did the scrunch, though. I couldn't get my knee that high.
Smoltz, Maddox, a lot of great pitchers have come through Atlanta.
Saw a lot of Smoltz and Glavine during the rain delay. They had about an hour-long show up on the big screen last night for the folks.
Big strikeout for Williams. Fans flowers.
Now, was that another right-on-right changeup? Watch the direction of break here. It doesn't do anything. Can stay straight. That's changeup. It's only 85 mile an hour.
Nothing wrong with throwing one at 85. Tom Glavine in the center.
Glavine there.
300 game winner. Great left-hander for the Braves.
His number up there also.
Part of the TV crew. That's a big second out. Now fly ball doesn't get the Braves a run. And he's got a chance to retire the rookie Ruiz. Braves have a couple of Hall of Fame pitchers on their broadcast crew. On the radio side, Don Sutton, another 300 game winner. Brian Giffen, the radio engineer behind him.
No, that many of them for there to be that many in one building.
Right. Sutton primarily with the Dodgers, but has been part of this broadcasting crew almost exclusively his whole broadcasting career.
Remember him pitching with the Astros a little bit.
Milwaukee, Angels.
Angels, yeah. He went to the Angels in the American League for a while.
Won his 300th with California when they're called the California Angels. Now they're called the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. You know, when as Adams is here at third with 2 outs now, you get a feel with a pitcher. Sometimes I have a bad habit of chewing my nails. I haven't been chewing my nails with Trevor Williams at all tonight. You know, 1 out triple, that's kind of shouldn't feel good about it, but he comes back, strikes out Flowers, who's been hot, and he comes back to strike out Ruiz. With that man at third, 2 strikeouts for Trevor Williams. That one's going to Instagram.
The one before this was the really the huge one when you get that 1-out strikeout, but not bad there either. And I think they're both the same pitch. I believe they were both change-ups. Little bit of movement going down. Good spot.
Look at our Point Park tweets. Talk about a proud papa. Yeah, he goes, that's my boy. And a nice interview by Robbie Inchmakowski. Yeah, they're talking with Trevor's dad, Richard. Got a good seat tonight. Absolutely awesome. He's living every dad's dream. Yeah, to be able to watch your son keep playing into his 20s.
I love the fact that he's so knowledgeable and into it, to the point of getting a different seat so he can have a better view of his son's pitches.
Well, he was there when Trevor got his first major league win. Maybe he could be here tonight when Trevor registers his first major league hit.
He's watching his son do a great job of mowing down the Braves right now.
And this is a hot Braves team. They've won 9 of 12.
You know, he kind of changed a little bit there. I was thinking about this. We're bragging first time through the lineup how he was using the fastball, hitting spots, moving it inside and out. And then this time he gets in a little bit of trouble and he went to that changeup. You know, he got those guys. He sped up the bats, going fastball heavy early on. By speeding up the bats, they're not swinging them any faster. They're just committing to their swing earlier. And that's when you read that, then you got to go to the changeup or something off speed. And of course, he's got Stewart back there, making these calls for him. I'm sure Williams also doing his part, reading the same things.
He's down on strikes. 8 in a row now sent down by Tehran. And the last man to reach against him, Adam Frazier. On an 0-2 pitch. 3-run home run. He hit it more than 400 feet. That's all the scoring tonight.
Came right after they failed to turn a double play. A huge error in this game.
And on base both times tonight. Grew up in tiny Bishop, Georgia. Just a couple hundred folks. Had to go to the next town over to go to high school. About an hour from here. A lot of family and friends. And Frazier, who is as calm as can be, understated. He had a big smile after that home run. It was good to see. And since being installed as the leadoff hitter, he's hitting .400. And overall batting average now up to .363.
You love to have the good problems. He continues to hit .350
or .300.
I mean, when everybody gets healthy and
100 hitter.
Looks
the way the things look right now. So he's aboard. And you can get access to every Pirates home game with the new ballpark packs. This is a great deal. $29.99 per month. You receive a standing room only ticket for every game, including the fireworks nights, free shirt Saturdays, the Fan Jam post-game concert with Chicago, and passes available exclusively through the MLB.com ballpark app. Go to pirates.com/ballpark pass. So if you're one of those folks, you like to come out to most of the games, you just want to get in the yard. They charge your card, at $30 a month, and there's different times you can cancel. It tells you all the details, but you can kind of go month by month or do the rest of the season. I mean, there's still 50-some games left. I think it starts in June. So that's a really neat deal if you like to come to the ballpark a little more casually or more often, or if you're diehard. Check that out. Frazier's been on base all 3 times. He already swiped a bag tonight. Time call.
Well, you got great crowd mic here. You can hear that conversation. You could hear Jay say time, and then afterwards he said thank you.
The parabolic mic down there. Yeah.
Got the nice setup.
Great audio on our broadcast. Otis mixing everything for us, and appreciate that. I love hearing the sounds of the game.
Yeah, it was a good example of how, they don't. You have to ask. You can't. They don't have to give it to you. You have to ask, and if they do give it to you, like Jay just said, thank you, so he could adjust his eyeballs. That's Jay, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, time was granted.
Very polite young man. His dad could be proud of him.
Yeah. Now Vince Sr. is here, so you can.
I think he did that because his dad's here.
Yeah.
Said thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, sir. He's like that all the time. There's Vince Sr. Part of the dad's trip. And all the dads, great number of the players, staff here and joining it. Lorenzo McCutcheon also, you saw in the picture there, taking in this new ballpark. Lorenzo on the right.
Need to get the dads a win. 0-2 here to split this dad series.
And no rain.
Keep talking about rain. You trying to
no
encourage it?
No.
We're not going to get rain tonight.
Let's have a nice.
We're done with the rain.
Dry ball game. Pirate lead. Foul ball. Harrison with an infield single back of the first. Move that hitting streak to 6 games. Frazier at first is not attempted to run yet. Tehran, one of the best moves. 24 pickoffs over the last 5 seasons, and getting ahead of hitters too. Look at that, 80% of the time with strike 1.
Every winter you read all the different publications on the internet. You see his name come up. The people in the know, they would love to have him on their rotation.
He signed a team-friendly deal prior to being arbitration eligible. 6-year contract that'll keep him a Brave for 2 more after this year.
They're very tradable with that contract.
Well, the Braves are trying to get close to winning here. They wanted to try to put together a team in
coming
this
in
new
the
ballpark.
new ballpark.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it's what every team does. They want to try and go for it that first year in the new ballpark. Get all the excitement.
He signed some veterans to augment the roster.
If this was a couple years ago or even just last year, they probably don't go get Adams. They don't go get Phillips.
Yeah, they traded for both those guys. Free agent signees of R.A. Dickey and Bartolo Colon for Brian Snitker.
If Freeman get hurt, you just live with it. But they went out and got Adams.
On the 8th pitch of the at-bat, Peterson retires it for the 2nd out. And all the dads with a cool moment today. They all get the jerseys of their sons, get to wear them, get get out on the field and experience Major League Baseball. I get to be behind the scenes there as well, be in the clubhouse before the game, get their own special section where they sit and take in the ball game. And I think of all the years, so many of those dads working with their kids when they're younger, exposing them to the game of baseball. Many of them, you know, hitting them balls or catching them. Clint Hurdle has his dad here today. There he is, wearing the Pirate jacket. A very nice tribute to all the dads out there who do so much for all of us. Tehran will get the final out. Pirates hitless since the Frazier home run, but his big blast still has the Buccos up 3-0. Unlimited baseball break, and the Washington Nationals moving up their game tomorrow. They're expecting some inclement weather. No strangers to that. Albert Pujols, home run number 597, closing in on 600. He would be the 9th player in history for 600 round trippers. Jace Peterson still looking for one this year. Backup infielder, and it's short tonight. And Williams getting some more weak contact. Trying to figure out, let's see, where they got 6 ground ball outs tonight, then 5 strikeouts. Pop out, line out. Giving up 3 hits.
Made the throw to first base with no problem.
And Cervelli getting a little rest tonight. He'll probably be in there tomorrow with the day game. Chris Stewart getting the call tonight.
Everyday catcher always gets one of those 2 games off, either the day game or the night game before it.
Pirates in the midst of.
Every now and then you'll see Molina go back-to-back night game, day game. That's about it, though.
Tehran went around.
I think it hit him, but he swung.
Yep, you swing, it doesn't matter. You can get hit right in the gut and swing, and it's a strike.
I don't know if it did hit him.
I don't think it did either. I think he wanted it to hit him. Yeah, you went around. Yeah, that's what Vic Carapazza was saying.
And he went around again.
And he's thrown out. So a half dozen strikeouts for Trevor Williams. This is a breakthrough outing tonight. I mean, the Braves have come in pretty good hitting outfit.
This is not just one of Trevor's best games. Obviously it is. But this is one of the best games we've seen pitched by anybody this season. I mean, he just is making it look easy. The one problem he got into was that 1-out triple. What did he do? Struck out the next guy.
And then the next one after that. You got a man at third, 1 out, strikeout.
Yeah, you want that first strikeout. That's big. You don't want the ball put in play. You get an infield back. If he gives up a ground ball to shortstop there, it's a run. But he got the strikeout.
And Enciarte played out toward left. Frazier said, "I'll take it." 6-pitch inning for Trevor Williams. He has shut out the Braves through 5.
Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Malibu and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
And look at our Day Automotive this day in Pirate history. A couple of years ago, Francisco Liriano with a dozen strikeouts against the Mets in the third straight Pirate starter with double-digit strikeouts. Garrett Cole, A.J. Burnett also in that mix. Just the third time since 1900 that you saw 3 straight Pirate starters with 10 or more strikeouts. A lot of Pirate fans represented here near Atlanta. Freeze puts it in play for the first time tonight. Tehran had his number. And the Braves starters really settled down since really that 3-run home run. No hits since then. Just the walk to Frazier. That's the only base runner.
Yeah, we were talking earlier, if he would have got a little bit of defense out of his shortstop, he wouldn't even have gave up those 3. It'd be battling right now in a 0-0 ball game. But instead, he's hoping that they can do something with Trevor. And right now, Trevor is having none of it. He is mowing him down. That 3-run lead's looking pretty good. Jaso got called out on strikes.
Really should have been a 2-out walk.
Yeah, it was a very poor call.
Worked an 8-pitch at bat too. 2 quick outs for Tehran. You know, and for the Pirates, if they can take a lead, if they can get Tehran out and have a lead, this ball game changes quite a bit, because the first 2 nights the Braves, you know, in these close games, they're able to use their outstanding bullpen. And I know Johnson Didn't convert the save last night, but they hadn't given up any hits in a week. That's how good the bullpen had been. So it's a strength for them right now. You don't pitch the same guys when you're trailing by 3 runs than you would if you're leading or in a tight ball game. Mercer some clutch hitting yesterday. Is one of the Pirates' 3 hits tonight. Tehran out of Colombia. Cartagena. More and more players are coming out of that country in South America, and only a couple dozen now in the major leagues, but many of them in the last decade or so, as we see the game become more global.
I wonder if Mercer said thank you there.
Asking for time. And he'll say thank you again. Second hit tonight for Jordy Mercer.
He might have bounced that one right off the rubber. It's awfully close.
Where's it hit? Oh yeah.
I think it did. I think it hit right on top of the rubber.
And it looked like by it staying down right where it's dug out by the pitcher's foot.
Yeah. I think what you saw, that dust was just the dirt that piles up a little bit on top of that rubber. That's what you saw fly into the air.
That's all in play. Help skid that one through. Now Ortiz.
Somebody told me one time, I don't know if this is true or not, Joe, that if you hit a line drive into the rubber, and then it goes foul, it's a foul ball.
I can't imagine that, but
because
I can't tell you otherwise.
It's not like hitting a base. It's almost like the rubber doesn't exist. So if it goes foul before the ball passes the base, it's a foul ball.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It doesn't count as the ground?
Yeah, I guess it's just like part of the ground. Like
I've never heard that.
I
can't tell you that that's true or not.
It's one of those things that people talk about that never happens.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Somebody said that one time that
You've given me another brain teaser to look up.
Yeah, there you go.
2-out single left on for the Pirates, but Trevor Williams still leading them to a 3-0 lead.
pitches, and they've all been a little different. He went fastball early on, really fastball heavy, and then he started mixing in some off-speed pitches. You're going to see here in a moment some great change-ups. I mean, he has just had everything going for him, not only the touch on the off-speed pitches, but the location to go with all that, and throwing the stuff in the perfect situations. Great strategy.
Dan Richard liking that too. 3-0 Pirates on the UPMC scoreboard. There's 3 hits for the Braves. Back-to-back 2-out singles in the 3rd, and then Matt Adams' 1-out triple in the 4th. Phillips has 1 of those hits, the 2nd single in that 3rd inning. Hey, you were talking last inning, Bob, about a ball hitting the rubber and deflecting
into foul territory.
Into foul territory on the fly, and under the definitions of terms in the rule book, that is indeed a foul ball if it does land before
the bases.
I had never heard that before, so thank you for.
Well, it's another one of those things. Like I said, it's a fun thing.
I've never seen it, but yeah.
Seeing that line drive that Jordy actually hit the rubber made me think, well, if it hits the front of the rubber, let's say they've dug a little hole out and it hits the front of the rubber, it bounces back, it's a foul ball.
I mean, that's wild. I would never have thought that, so now I'll put that in my memory banks. Thank you.
Never forget it again.
Never. Well, didn't remember it. Didn't know it. So.
It's a crazy game, isn't it?
Yeah. Rule book's like 400 pages. Phillips is 2 for 2 tonight. And our favorite reminder as you enjoy a cold one to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. A couple of singles tonight for Brandon Phillips. Just the 4th hit for Atlanta.
And the bullpen is starting to move around for the Pirates. You're in the second half of the game now, so you don't get as much rope once you get by the 5th.
Williams in his last start, his longest start, was kind of rolling in that 6th inning and then sputtered. Couldn't get that final out of the 6th as Juan Nicasio starts to loosen. So that's his high water mark to date. His first 4 major league starts. Talk about the lefties tonight, Bob. They're 2 for 11 against Williams.
It's been a big key for him.
Markakis has grounded out and struck out. Williams getting ahead, strike 1. That's a good number. Phillips with 7 steals and 9 tries.
You would think that they would still, or they would be a little leery now that we're in the second half of the game. Stealing bases, down by 3 runs. Doesn't mean you could just ignore them, but if you're going to want to run now, you got to be pretty sure you're going to make it. You don't want to make outs on the bases in the second half of the ball game when you're down by 3.
Shot out to left for a base hit, and Phillips will hold. I was thinking that Snicker had the hit and run on with Phillips batting in the 3rd. Enciarte was the runner there. Curious if they were going to do that early in the inning this time around.
Done a lot of good pitches today, and every now and then the hitter will beat you on one.
A couple of singles to start the frame. Ray Searage going to come out, and got Matt Kemp coming up, and there's always a couple of spots in the game you look back at later, and this is one of them right now.
And you could almost, bet in this scenario here. The bullpen just got up that Ray was going to come out after that base hit. Wants to let the bullpen, or Nicasio, obviously, he's the guy throwing down there, have plenty of time to get ready so that they can make a move from this point on. Anytime Clint wants to, he can can pull the trigger. And you want to go out there and have a good talk with your young right-hander. Yeah, the discussion could have been about a lot of things, but I think it was more about, stay focused right now. You get the 3-run lead. The hitter is the guy that can hurt you. Don't worry too much about those guys on the bases. Guy with that bat, that is your tie and run. There's where you got to be focused.
Kemp is their most dangerous hitter. But Williams, a ground ball pitcher. Kemp has bounced into 6 double plays. Hit into center. Phillips being waved home. It's juggled by Ortiz. That allows Markakis to move to third. And the Braves are on the board.
Another case. Couple hits in a row now. Been on pretty good pitches. The ball that Markakis hit was a strike, but it was at the knees. This ball's down out of the zone. Watch how low this is.
Wow.
And almost like a J-Hay swing. Kemp becomes a bad ball hitter, goes down and gets it. Just kind of pops it out in the center field.
And that juggle by Ortiz, that's an error on him to allow Markakis to move to third. So Williams blanking the Braves through 5, but 3 straight singles will get him out of the ball game here in the 6th.
The authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
And the Braves rallying here in the 6th. Pirates go into the bullpen in a 3-1 game now. Trevor Williams 5+. 2 on and nobody out for Juan Nicasio.
And Nicasio, very good numbers this year. Been doing an improved job against left-hand hitters. Really, when we start talking about the difference between guys splits starting and relieving, we mentioned that earlier on. It was Nicasio that we did all the talking about last year. And now coming out of the bullpen, he's gone a little fastball heavy against these left-hand hitters and throws a fastball here and gets a nice little pop fly.
That's a big first out here on 1 pitch.
He certainly has made a little change. He doesn't mess around too much with the left-hand hitters with that slider. He just goes with his power pitch. He averages above 95 miles an hour with that fastball, and that's what he uses against the lefties.
Talking with him the other day about it, that is a concerted effort. Instead of, like you said, messing around with a slider, early last year. That back foot slider was extraordinary. As the year went on, it became at one point not even a usable pitch. Now somewhere in between. But why mess around with it when you know you got a good number one?
Now with the righties, he's still throwing it about a third of the time.
Flowers hit with a pitch and struck out. Not a fast runner. In case you're thinking about a double play ball.
Yeah,
here.
this is exactly what everybody's looking for in that Pirate dugout. Get a ground ball.
3 straight singles to start the inning. Nicasio trying to bail out Williams. Now Flowers coming into tonight at 360. He's been a very good inning catcher for Brian Snitker. But Nicasio, 13 straight scoreless appearances. In more than a month, has not allowed a run, whether it was his own or an inherited runner. Glenn Ertl saying that he's kind of been like the Jared Hughes, much different style, but the guy that comes in and with men on, the old fireman to put out the flame. Another pop up. And an easy second out. You get 2 pop-ups with 2 on and nobody out.
I mean, it's great the way the bullpen is set up for the Pirates. You're talking about the Braves pen being so good. Well, there's no reason that the Pirate pen shouldn't be that good or better.
You're talking about Nicasio's usage of the slider and everything like that. He says, remember last year he had that long strikeout streak. He said, I don't really care about the strikeouts. He said he thought he got a little too strikeout happy last year. He liked the streak. Everything was good. He just wants to get weak contact outs. He's really bought into that now. He's become a better pitcher.
I wonder if that's the Nova influence.
Maybe.
I gotta believe that has something to do with it.
Yeah. Rio Ruiz 0 for 2 tonight. Rookie. And you talked about Nicasio coming on facing lefties and his better numbers. Last year they slugged about 300 points higher than they're doing right now. I mean, that's a major difference. He went from one of the worst at getting lefties out and limiting power to one of the better ones now this year. Softly fouled away. And then batting average only tells part of the story. The slugging against lefties is .258. Last year it was .568, which was the second highest in all of baseball, any regular pitcher. This year in the top 25 or so of the lowest. And for a righty to limit lefties, that's even more special. Trying to bail out Trevor Williams. Tehran gave up that 3-run home run to Adam Frazier in the second. A run across here in the Braves' 6th. One-two. Just snuck it through. Markakis is in. After moving to third on the error by Ortiz, he scores, and now a 3-2 ball game.
Ruiz just hitting a ground ball, simple as that. Could have just as easily been right at Mercer, but he didn't quite pull it enough, so it was a base hit. And they're planning to pull on the ground. You You got Mercer playing up the middle. But that's what you have to do, really. You know, in the air, if he's going to hit the ball in the air, you can play him the other way. I think that's kind of commonplace. But on the ground, you know, I don't know anybody that doesn't get pulled or played the pole at least a little bit on the ground, no matter who's out there pitching.
And that's been going on for years, not just recently.
No, that's been going on for probably 100 years.
Yeah.
You play the pole on the ground, you play to hit the ball the other way in the air. It's just, that's your basic defense on just about everybody that comes up there. And you kind of adjust from there.
And they definitely have that on Peterson here, especially in the outfield. Pronounced shift.
Okay, you hit the ball the other way when it's in the air. And there you can see, look at that. Look at center field. Wow, way over.
And so Nicasio allows an inherited runner to score for the first time in more than a month. And that error by Ortiz proving costly. Markakis was going to be satisfied with second. Well, they wouldn't have scored on a ball like that. And played right where they wanted, but he hit it over Ortiz's head. The tying run and the go-ahead run score. Jace Peterson, the number 8 hitting shortstop, giving Swanson a day off with that big 2-run double.
Well, he let in 3 runs today, so now he just made up for it. Got a little bit of a bad break. That ball didn't bounce over. I was hoping it would just bounce over into the crowd, but it stayed in. And that let Rio score from first. I'm sure Peterson feels pretty good. He's been wanting all game to do something to make up for that poor defensive work early in the game. And there's that ball. See, it just stays in, almost bounced out. And Rio runs through it.
That's the first run Nicasio has allowed in more than a month. The other 3 on Williams's ledger, and now with that double, that makes all the runs earned. And Jace Peterson coming in, batting under 200. His 5th double.
Boy, you feel bad for Trevor, don't you? He was just absolutely awesome tonight for 5 innings.
And the Braves have grabbed the lead. Well, as he gets older, right, and pitches deeper into ball games, then you have more control of
your
destiny, right?
You know, that's one of the things about wins and losses is that you do, when you see somebody that is a guy that gets a lot of wins, a lot of times you'll see maybe he's going a little deeper than other people, because there's not that many opportunities for the bullpen to give you that no decision. You got to go 6, 7 innings sometimes to get that W.
Williams will not factor in the decision. Right now, Nicasio, the pitcher of record, and Teheran, he would win it if the Braves hold on. A long way from that. He went 6 innings tonight, 3 unearned runs for the Braves starter. He comes back to get Bonifacio. But the Braves, with two out hits by Ruiz and Peterson at the bottom of the order, have their first lead of the night.
Terrace in left field in the second deck. And when you look on this wall, there's 715 bat knobs. Each of them signifies the date, opponent, and the number home run that Hank Aaron hit for each of his first 715 home runs. Now, if that's not cool enough, you walk over here, they have a pillar. On the pillar is a picture of Hank Aaron, and it says home run number 715 with the date, hit at Atlanta Stadium. But look, it's the actual baseball and bat used by Hank Aaron to hit career home run number 715. Joe and Bob, I know you guys are big fans of the history of baseball, and I got to tell you, I don't think anything tops seeing this.
Well, that's nice, Robbie. And, you know, Steve Blass's name's on 5 of those knobs. A lot of different guys on those knobs.
You gotta be proud to have your name on that wall.
Absolutely. He got everybody.
Jason Mont on the year, dozen games, not giving up many hits. Opposition just 200. Pirates really having a tough time with his fastball that first night. He was getting a lot of no contact swings.
Even though it's pretty straight, right? I mean, it
he doesn't throw quite as hard as he did back in his Cardinal days. Still has a power fastball, but he was consistently back then up around 97, 98.
Yeah, now 94, 95, post Tommy John surgery. He's issued 10 in the third consecutive scoreless innings. Converted catcher. Jace Peterson with that 2-run go-ahead double off Juan Nicasio last half inning.
Got his plus minus back where he wants it, I guess.
Now you're in a situation where the Braves are going to be able to employ their good bullpen again as Alan Hansen waits on deck. He would bat for Nicasio. We were talking about how the Pirates owning the lead getting into this second half of the game. So imperative to try to keep the Braves from using those guys. Now it's the tables have turned again. Braves have won 9 of 12. And we're seeing why. Beat the Nationals in a series. They took 3 out of 4 against Toronto with a lot of pushing and shoving. But usually as things go, right, when you start seeing a trend, it usually starts to go back the other way. So all these Braves relievers have been virtually perfect lately. That's bound to change. Daniel Hudson gonna come in next. Leadoff walk for Chris Stewart. And Robbie with that cool hit on Hank Aaron. Well, the coolest hit that he ever had. Home run number 715 off of Al Downing. He used to have a record to Milo Hamilton's call. Sports Illustrated did a neat story about that guy in the corduroy jacket that ran.
The first strike of the night he saw. First time up, he was walked on 4 pitches. I think that was a 1-0 pitch he hit out. Maybe 2-0, 1-0 or 2-0.
Hit it over Bill Buckner out there in left field for the Dodgers that night. Alan Hansen will pinch hit. Well, the first time in more than a month that Nicasio has given up any runs. Came on with 2 on and nobody out. Got the first 2 men. And the Braves 7 and 8 hitters coming through with base hits. Well, Mott's been behind the first 2
He
innings.
is opening a door here.
Perez.
Ended up, what was it? 2-2 count he had on Stewart, and then missed
1-2.
1-2 count. He got ahead of him, and then couldn't put him away. Went 3-2 breaking ball. And there's a 2-0 breaking ball. He's real fidgety, isn't he?
Tugging on his cap, walking around the mound.
When there's nobody on base, he's like spinning the ball, snapping his fingers, spinning the ball in the air.
Rears back and fired. He dropped down a little bit there.
With a slider.
Hat, walking.
Shrugging. Hat, flipping the ball. Setting a slider. That was the grip. When I say set the slider, got a little slider grip going there. Now obviously change whatever he wants when he goes to the glove.
34 years old now. Released by the Rockies just after the season began. Part of a 8-figure 2-year deal, but the Rockies decided to let him go, and Braves picked him up. He's been effective for him. Counting the seams on the ball. Look at Rob Manfred's signature. Popped him up. Markakis for the first out. And let's go back to our studios. Rob King checks in with a game break. Well, thank you, Rob, and Chris Stewart aboard. Leadoff walk. This has been the guy tonight. Been on base all 3 times. His 3-run home run in the second is accounted for the Pirates scoring. Those runs were unearned to the starter Tehran. And it was quite the poke too. Our UPMC Sports Medicine Strike Zone.
Well, I'd be awfully nervous having to watch Mott pitch. You know what I mean? With just all the stuff he does, and then the fact that he doesn't really throw a whole ton of strikes, so you're going to get long counts. Don't you think over the course of the season you get awful nervous when he's out there?
He used to be a closer. Think about, how about this in the 9th inning? Chuck Hernandez, the pitching coach. Every pitching coach is nervous anyway. And another walk. Well, here in the this one-run game. A couple of bases on balls, putting 2 Pirates aboard. Remember the old Braves pitching coach Leo Mazzoni used to rock on that Braves bench. He always looked nervous.
Yeah, when I was a Brave, he was in the minor leagues, minor league pitching coach.
Hernandez is going to come out. Hey, you're making me nervous.
You remember a guy named Bob Gibson? Right?
The Cardinals, Bob Gibson, or the Brewers?
He was the pitching coach back then when I was wearing that A.
Quite a pitching coach. I enjoy Pirates baseball under the lights this Sunday. And the Pirates battle the Mets at 8 p.m. All kids 14 and younger getting their Pirates beach towel thanks to Coca-Cola. Pirates and the Mets Sunday at 8. Head to Pirates.com. Get your tickets. Come on out. Pirates will play a matinee tomorrow and then begin that weekend series against the Metropolitans.
Yeah, Bob Gibson was here when Joe Torre was here.
I can't believe that. Wow. Well, I guess you know they were teammates in St. Louis. I wonder how he was as a pitching coach. A lot of the greats are sometimes tougher for them to relay.
It was rather demanding.
Yeah. You need to be great, like I was. Ian Kroll, southpaw loosening. Hernandez with the pep talk got him to throw a couple of strikes. This is fun to watch. I mean, it looks like he studies the baseball.
For right now, it would be, but like I said, over the course of the season, once you get very nervous with all the tugging and twitching.
And comes back and strikes out Harrison after walking 2 so far.
And he's coming out of the game now. Not going to let him pitch to Bell. Good slider right there. I mean, as soon as he gets the ball back, he looks straight to the dugout, hoping he's going to stay in the game. But
well, now they'll go to the bullpen. They want to turn around Josh Bell.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Barrel. You'll beat anybody's price. Find out more at barrel.com. And by Levin's, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Ernest and Josh Bell. And here watching his son. There's Ernest on the left. Taking this one in tonight. And grandfather Walter on the right watching Josh as Ryan Snitker wanted to turn him around. Hitting 194 with 4 home runs from that side of the plate.
Kroll will throw a lot of sliders, and I think that's one of the reasons that they went to him here. That slider will be moving in on the hands. They're going to try and crowd Bell. Kind of what they've been doing all night. We watched Tehran throw a ton of them up there on his hands. There's a slider there. Got that down. He was going for a back foot swing and a miss. When you see the slider elevated, when they throw the slider in on a guy's hands, they're going for soft contact. They go downstairs and throw the back foot, they're going for the strikeout. The difference in where you're trying to locate the pitch. Another slider downstairs.
Two on with 2 out. And the 2-2. Well, tonight 0 for 3.
Definitely in the Rookie of the Year hunt.
He's made his name known with a hot May. Not underneath that one. And the Pirates will strand a pair here in the 7th. Walks don't haunt the Braves as Mott bailed out. After the stretch, still own the advantage 4-3. And looking at our Nissan road ahead, Pirates looking to try to win tonight so that they can split this series with a win tomorrow. Ivan Nova opposed by Bartolo Colon. Fountain of Youth going for the Braves tomorrow. Not enjoying a good start, but Nova off to that fine campaign.
You would think there'll be a lot of strikes thrown in that game with those two guys. Daniel Hudson on now to try to keep it a one-run ball game. This will be his 22nd appearance for the Pirates.
facing the top of the order. Ciarte 9 for 12 in this series. All singles. Then Phillips and Markakis. That's his 10th hit in this series. All-time record is 13 hits in a series against the Pirates. So he's on his way unless they can figure out a way to get this guy out.
Well, I like the fact that they kept it inside, made him pull the ball. When he's done that, he's put it on the ground. But this one he found the hole with.
At least they've all been singles. Got his average up to 293 now, has Ciarte. Brandon Phillips with 2 hits and 3 trips tonight. He started that 4-run 6th. Hanging up there for Ortiz. Hudson getting it in on Phillips there, and
it's a nice easy fly ball in the center field.
I don't know why it keeps falling down like that.
He's getting old. We talked about that.
So now Markakis, a little younger, stay on his feet. Snap throw, and Ciarte back. Stewart trying to steal an out.
He got the ball dirty though, so now he's got to change it. He's got a dirt spot on it.
Yeah, the ground ball in the infield gets tossed around and put right back in the glove of the pitcher.
I don't know about that anymore. I'm going to watch.
Yeah, let's watch. See if my assertion is right.
Need a ground ball here.
To get out of the inning, or so that we can see
both. I want to see if they leave the game, leave the ball in the game.
And Ciarte's running. Good quick unload there by Chris Stewart. He's so good behind the plate.
Ciarte didn't even have a chance to get in there.
Was the ball ever in Stewart's hand? Look how quick the exchange.
He popped outside nice and early so he could catch that ball on his backhand. And that's what you want to do. That was one of the things that I always marveled at Russell Martin when he was here, of how quickly he would get to his backhand, even on a ball that was to his left. Go to the backhand, and what that naturally does is that closes up your left shoulder, so you're immediately in that throwing position.
And so instead of pushing a runner into scoring position here, a 2-out walk. Stewart so deft behind the plate. Now Markakis has been on now a couple of times. And Matt Kemp with an RBI single his last time. Just 2 for 11 in the series, but both times key run scoring hits.
Outfield playing very deep right now. 2 outs, man at first. Don't want anything to get over their head that'll score the runner. way back, especially center and left. But even Jace Owen right, he's back quite a bit. Of course, Kemp, he's got power to all fields. Doesn't really make any difference. You got to move back everywhere.
Came over last year in that trade from San Diego. Grew up as a Braves fan in Oklahoma. Well, Hudson's job right now, keep this a one-run game. Very makeable. Pirates came into the series winners of 6 of 8. Braves coming from behind earlier this morning, taking the second game of the series. Hudson's 2-2. That finds a hole. And 3 of the 4 have reached in this inning. How big is that caught stealing right now?
It's very important right now. Because look who's up.
He has been a nemesis, Matt Adams.
Don't want to see him up now, especially wouldn't want to see him up if the bases were loaded. And because he's a nemesis, Ray is going to go out for a chat.
That is required. The pitching coach will visit the mound. Nemesis.
Yep.
Are at the plate. Well, key point here.
Nemesis and pitch hitters.
Yeah. One-run game, 7th inning. You got 2 shots.
Need to get one of these ground balls right at somebody.
Yeah, the Braves have picked up 10 hits tonight. Only 2 extra base hits. One was Adams's triple off the brick wall and right, his first triple in 3 years. Good start.
Talking about the way he's slimmed down, and you know he's always kind of a chunky looking guy. Not anymore, so he can get the third. Imagine he picked up a half a step or a step.
Center County native.
One thing he definitely has is the ability to jog around the bases. I mean, he's got tremendous power. We've had a taste of that already.
He's hit as many as 17 home runs in a season.
Nice job there getting the chase. What looked like a changeup.
I think that's what it was.
Yep, tell by the grip.
Hudson says that his off-speed pitches, the changeup and the slider, he feels are getting to be pretty good again after a rough start to this season. Good stop by Stewart.
Stewart's having a pretty nice night back behind the plate.
You mentioned you like what he and Trevor Williams were doing through those first 5 scoreless innings.
And we're working well with each other as far as the not only just calling for the fastball, but the locations that he was wanting it in and out and up and down.
And Hudson comes back to strike out Adams.
3 changeups in a row.
2 hits, 2 left. And the Pirates need a run or 2. Frazier, a Bishop, Georgia native, a 3-run home run. Pirates enjoying a 3-0 lead. But that started to go away in the 6th after 5 shutout innings from Trevor Williams. Base hit by Kemp, getting the Braves on the board, and then after getting 2 outs, Juan Nicasio allowing the hit by Rio Ruiz, the rookie, and Jace Peterson putting the Braves ahead. 2-run double, and Nicasio had gotten the first 2 men, trying to strand those 2. Braves now have the lead, and they'll install Dansby Swanson at short, normally the starter, and they're for Peterson.
Pretty good defender. He made some fine plays to his left in this game. Not in this game, in this series, I mean. Why don't you correct me when I said game?
Because I thought you brought your crystal ball again.
No.
So the Braves leave Ian Kroll in with the lefty batting John Jaso on deck.
They got action in their pen. They do have a right-hander up.
I thought it was interesting that they didn't last inning, that if Bell had reached, that it was going to be Kroll to Freeze. And Luke Jackson, who threw 1 pitch in the game yesterday, got his first major league win. So it looks like, as we were talking between innings, Bob, as you asserted, the usage of some of their top relievers that work with leads probably leading to these choices for Brian Snitker. Jackson, a rookie, and Kroll you would not use to a lot of righties, but the 2-for-1 type deal, what they're going with here. Freeze excellent against lefties last year, .337. This year not quite off to that same start, but still .286 against left-handed pitching with some power. Pirates put 2 on with 1 out in the 7th. Could not score. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And Ciarte records the first out. Leadoff man gone in the Pirates' 8th. And Fan Jam returns to PNC Park when Flo Rida visits Pittsburgh this Friday. It's the Pirates and the Mets at 7:05. Then you can stay after the game for a post-game Fan Jam concert with Flo Rida, presented by Highmark. Go to pirates.com/concerts and come on out this weekend. Get all of that in there, huh?
Really interesting that they're not going to their right-hander even now.
Because Osuna hits lefties so well, or at least did in the minor leagues last year. He's batting for Jaso here. I'm with you, Bob.
And now you got back-to-back righties. Mercer, he is always in his career. I don't know what this year's numbers are looking like, but in his career, Mercer's always killed left-handers. He's on deck. There he is. So you got back-to-back. So you wouldn't want to. Why not have the right-hander pitch to both of them?
Now Osuna last year .352 in the minors against lefties. And Jaso hitless this year against lefties. He almost never faces left-handers. There's Luke Jackson, the righty, a rookie. It looks like Snitker's options are limited with his normal guys that he uses with leads.
Well, I thought for sure he'd bring in Jackson to pitch to.
Right.
He's got one out. He just needs 2 more outs. You got 2 righties up, 2 righties that hit lefties much better than they do right-handers.
And to play devil's advocate with Mercer, you're exactly right. Against lefties throughout his career, more earlier in his career, better numbers. This year, though, 5 for 41. It's a 122 average. But historically, which usually take a bigger chunk.
Yeah, that's why I said in his career, not necessarily this year, but in his career, he has really killed the left-handers.
And Mercer's hit 2 home runs against lefties as well. So I'm with you. The smart money is on bringing in the righty.
Yeah,
but it is a rookie, and Kroll's been around a little while. Don't know who's all available for Brian Snitker tonight. But Osuna is.
My answer to that is, why is he warming up? That's my answer to the whole thing. My question is, if you're not going to use him, like if he's too young, if he's a rookie, so you don't want to use him in this situation, why do you warm up?
Why is he up? For that, I don't have anything. Now this rookie Osuna, he has had to prepare off the bench, which he's been talking with some of the veteran players who've given him some advice. David Freese among them, how to prepare every day. Most days he's going to come in and have 1 at bat, taking a lot of early work, swings. Put together a nice at bat here. Already 8 pitches. After an 8-pitch at bat by Freese, culminating in a flyout. Pitch number 9. Good snag by Joey Cora.
Still got the hands.
Long-time Major League infielder. Yes. Make a kid happy. And the folks too. Osuna has fouled off 5 in a row. Now, the more that this happens, you get a better feeling that Osuna is going to come through here.
That's what I always thought. You get a bunch of foul balls, it's kind of goes a little further into the hitter's favor. Doesn't always work out that way, but.
That was the 11th pitch of this at bat. And Kroll has thrown 19 pitches in this inning. This is the second batter. Jeff Branson's got to be happy about that. Belted down the line, and this one is foul. He was on it.
Well, you're really getting that feeling it's going in his favor now after that. And the more pitches you see from a guy, the more comfortable you get that he's got nothing for you. And especially after you rip one down the line into the corner like that, just a foot foul.
Already the longest at bat of his young career. Pitch number 13 coming. Swanson just in the game.
That's a tough little hop. It was an in-between hop. You want to have good hands when you go after one of those, but he had no choice. There was nothing he could do. And as a shortstop, you kind of sometimes got to take what you get. You can't wait on a ball like you can at second base. So that was quite a battle there. Quite a battle.
And Osuna going to get some fist bumps. Yeah, absolutely. 13 pitch at bat. A rookie pinch hitter. And that gets recognized. And Swanson in the game. Peterson had some problems earlier, so Snitker switching him out here. Well, now Mercer. They keep Kroll in. He's thrown 27 pitches. 21 of the last 2 hitters.
Yeah, got a lefty on deck, but if something gets going, good pinch hit for him. Ortiz.
Andrew McCutchen did not start tonight. Cervelli and Gope also on the Pirates bench. And Stewart this year hitting 122. I'm sorry, Mercer, I beg your pardon. 122 against lefties, but 2 home runs.
Earlier in the year, every time we had a lefty starter, he led off the game.
Yeah.
Every time we faced a lefty starter, I guess I should say.
Mercer 275 against lefties last year, 284 the year before that. And that hit him. Now the Pirates will put the tying run on with 2 outs.
And Ortiz being called back. Just as we speculated, and it's going to be, is that Cervelli?
Cervelli. And now Brian Snitker is going to want the right-hander. After Kroll permitted to face a switch hitter and 3 righties. Doesn't want him to face this righty after throwing 32 pitches. Luke Jackson, winner last night, coming on. Got the tying run aboard with 2 away. And the rookie with his first major league win last night through 1 pitch.
Only been in 5 games.
Brief action with Texas the previous 2 seasons.
Maybe the whole thing was just holding him back, so they just needed a 1 out. Didn't want to use him before that. He's just a 1-pitch guy.
So Cervelli did not start tonight. He's pinch hitting here for Danny Ortiz.
Cervelli not liking the call at all. Like he said, wow.
Cervelli always has a comment on the strike zone. Being a catcher, he sees the strike zone a lot, right?
Yep.
There's a base hit. Cervelli with his first pinch hit of the year. And now the tying run in scoring position with 2 outs.
Just kind of hung a slider. It didn't hang it really high, but thigh high.
Cervelli coming through with that 2-out pinch hit single.
We're gonna have a pinch runner.
Tyler Glasnow is going to come up and run for Cervelli. After seeing what Glasnow could do, putting a couple of balls in the infield, you know he can run pretty well. So that means that
he's carrying a very important run right now. That's the go-ahead.
So Cervelli is out of the game. That means Pirates will have 1 catcher, Stewart, available throughout. Here in this tight ball game in the 8th. And Enciarte able to track it down. Stewart bidding for that first RBI of the year, but the Pirates still down a run. As we go to the bottom of the 8th. Nacho average game tonight. And a tight one.
Try another one. That one was just probably a bad chip or something.
I've never had nachos before. What do they taste like?
Well, he threw the first one on the ground. The must not taste very good.
You know what they taste like.
Yeah, that was better.
Johnny Barbado And again here tonight.
Game number 10. He's done well. Look at that opponent batting average. 188.
So the changes. Josh Harrison moves from second out to left. And Tyler Flowers leading it off. Jose Osuna, pinch hit for Jaso. He'll go out in right. Gifton Gopay now in the game at second base. He went. And Adam Frazier now in center field.
Well, that's a strong response to a guy who went calls. All the fans are hollering.
Barbados then will face Ruiz and Swanson due to follow here in the Braves' eighth. Strike three. Flowers 0 for 3 tonight.
Now this slider is pretty much right down the middle. I mean, it's right there. Most of the time, that is not a pitch you want to throw, especially a 2-strike breaking ball, but Flowers let it go.
That is a fair ball toward that sidewall, and a fan interferes with it. And he will be removed from the game.
Yep. Don't think you're allowed to keep the baseball.
Yeah, that ball was in play. You're not supposed to do that. He's got to be out of the ball game. Well, you got to pay attention.
Yes, he's leaving the glove.
Let's see. Well, just barely fair. There's the umpire's signal.
Yep. And looked like maybe he got his son a ball, and that's it. Now, you don't want to see those balls in play be messed with. I understand that, but well, that's a tough situation there, right?
Hey. Don't touch the ball.
No, not tough. Okay. Well, as far as like taking the ball away from his kid.
Well, you don't want.
No, I don't mean. Not,
I feel like
he shouldn't have went and got that ball. I understand that, but then when they took it away from the kid, it kind of
that
gave me a bad feeling.
That made me feel bad too. Meanwhile, Ruiz with a double, and the Braves bidding for an important insurance run.
Yeah, there's the ball.
Don't touch a ball that's in play. See, that guy's in favor.
It's one of the things I remember about old Riverfront Stadium
in Cincinnati.
They sunk the field down low enough to where you couldn't mess with the ball.
Oh wow! Okay, so the
you were
seating area was elevated.
Yeah, you were up off the ground to where you couldn't get those balls. You know, it was
reach over and then
like picture this field like 2 feet lower than it is.
Yeah,
and that's kind of how that was. You know, it's kind of like here, for instance, how in the outfield they have the stands kind of move back from the outfield wall, so you can't reach over and mess with a home run ball.
Well, that's why at Wrigley Field they have those baskets for that same reason.
But I mean, you can design the features of a ballpark to where balls can't be, the balls that are in play can't be touched.
See, there's a buffer there. There's some thatch.
There's snakes and stuff in there to keep you away.
Only one play. And Swanson almost beat it out. Mercer took a moment to decide, and Swanson almost made him pay. And deciding whether they wanted to look at it, but no. Swanson out, but barely.
And let's see if there's a play at third here or not. No.
I think Freeze would have had to break right to third right away.
If Freeze would have been on the back, there was a play, but Freeze wasn't there, so there was no choice then for Mercer but to go to first base.
This one hit deep. Harrison can't catch up to this one. It's over the wall. Ruiz will score. And his first hit as a Brave, Danny Santana, gives Atlanta a 2-run lead here in the 8th.
Showing some opposite field pop in that bat. That was an important run not to allow the score. Here it is. Let's see what this pitch is. Not a horrible pitch by any means. Not one that you expect to go for a double on an opposite field. Smashed the warning track.
Santana was 0 for 17 since coming over from the Twins earlier this year. And that's a big pinch hit for him. Well, now the Pirates will be down at least a deuce. And Gope, Frazier, Harrison. And then if it continues, Bell. In the Pirates' 9th.
That was a nice play.
And with Jim Johnson being used a lot, Jose Ramirez, who was not used last night, being saved for the save. That's why now we know why we saw Kroll a long time and Jackson. Braves have won 9 of 12. They've used those guys a lot. And Enciarte, the final out with a pair of doubles, gives the Braves a buffer as we head to the 9th. Pirates and the Braves wrap up this 4-game series tomorrow afternoon from SunTrust Park. Ivan Nova goes for the Buccos, and it will be Bartolo Colon for the Braves. Coverage begins at 11:30 here on Root Sports with Pirates pregame presented by W.B. Mason.
It'll be Ramirez on for the save. Very hard thrower. He'll rush it up there 97 and above. Touch 100 occasionally. See, he's got outstanding numbers. Look at the opposition batting average. Didn't get up many hits at all. So he is not going to be easy here to get 2 runs off of in the 9th inning. But that's the job.
Well, the only other time he's been brought on to try to save it in his career was against the Pirates back in April. And the Pirates did get the 2 runs against him. In the 10th inning, a Starling Marte walk-off 2-run home run. So Ramirez, a second try at his first major league save. And Gope, Frazier, Harrison. Gift batting for the first time.
Righties, his number 2 pitch is that very hard slider. Against the lefties up there, you'll see some change-ups from him.
And really, since that time, Bob, you said, you know, he's tough to score off of. 1 earned run in his last 16 and a third. So
tough to get a hit on.
Yeah.
Opposition hitting $130 something off of him.
Perhaps the Pirates will recall that early April game.
Well, you know, you could say the same thing about Jimmy Johnson last night.
Right.
They rallied and took the lead from him.
And the Pirates last night were down to their final strike. Frazier tonight has been on base all 4 times. 3 walks and a 3-run home run. He's on deck. Roller. Swanson makes it look easy. And they got him.
I don't know about that.
Pirates have their challenge. Yep. They want to look at this one.
It's 9th inning. Why save it? Yeah, I mean, and just watching it live looked like he was safe. So you got to challenge this.
And so it will go to New York as the helmet pops off.
Man, this not even close. Just as we thought.
I'm wondering if the helmet obscured the call at all. Good look on our Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Adams had to deal with the helmet flying by right after he caught it.
Well, we got the leadoff hitter on anyway. That's a good first step.
Yeah, so long as this is overturned, which it looks like.
If this one's overturned, they can scrap the system. If this one's not overturned.
Looks pretty clear cut to me. And if Ngope comes up.
Big hit.
Yeah,
big spot.
200 hitter.
Now you got the top of the lineup. You got Frazier, who's as hot as anybody in the league.
Here comes the call.
Jay Hay coming up next.
He's safe, and the call is overturned. The Pirates retain a challenge. And Ngope comes through with a big leadoff hit. They can keep replay.
Well, yeah, they can. But, I mean, why did you even have to? Well, I'm not going to say anything more. Actually, this is the play that replay was designed to overturn. The obvious bad call. And that's what that was.
Umps make them on a rare occasion.
Yeah, every now and then they're human.
You fix it and you move on.
But it wasn't designed for the one where they would still be looking at it, playing it over and over and over again. That's the one that it bugs me. The bad calls, the really bad calls. Look at those.
Frazier tonight on base all 4 times. And Frazier ahead in the count. 99 from Ramirez. Frazier doubled off Ramirez when these two met in that 10th inning when Ramirez was on for that save chance. And he'll single off of him here. Frazier on base all 5 times tonight. And now the tying run is aboard with nobody out in the 9th. And the Pirates are at it again.
The kid from Bishop putting on a show in front of his family and friends.
Showing that he's no rook. And Ramirez probably now some thoughts of his other save opportunity. Some guys are better cut out for the 9th than others.
Well, all he's done is given up 2 ground balls. It's no big deal. I mean, it's not like, I mean, that's what, you know, maybe after the game he's got to be reminded, hey, you did fine. A couple of ground balls, no big deal. Now, what will we do here? Jay in particular.
Thinking, trying to move him up. If you move him up, you put Frazier in, as long as the bunt's successful. Frazier, who runs well, is the tying run in the scoring position. Harrison tonight 1 for 4, an infield single. Deep out to center, it carries well here, and Inciarte, the Gold Glover, with a terrific grab.
He is pretty amazing. He is known as one of the very best, and he showed you why right there. Jay upset. Couldn't hit one much better than that. That was a great play.
That's how you win a Gold Glove. Right to the spot.
Timed his leap well. You know, it's in front of his it's in front of his own bullpen, so he's should be getting help from those guys, you know, telling him if he's got room or not.
Now up to Bell. Just enough room.
That could be a game saver right there.
Oh boy.
That was a big one.
And Gope, lead runner at second. The trailer is Frazier. He represents the tying run here in the 9th. .100 from Ramirez. Just throw a strike, huh?
Well, he might be trying to throw to a better spot, but it's just going wherever it's going when he's throwing that hard. Is that a backdoor slider, you think? Looks like maybe it started away and came in a little bit to catch the strike zone.
Fooled him. Thought that was going to end up being outside the zone. It was not. And now 2 outs. Up to David Freese.
Kemp's playing awfully shallow on left with a tying run at first. That's burning.
Freese seldom pulls it to the outfield, but we have seen him lately.
Good point. If he does, it'll be on a breaking ball.
Yeah, hooked a home run.
That's what Kemp's hoping, he doesn't hit it that way.
Their show of emotion from Bell. Two on with 2 out. Pirates down 2 in the 9th. And now down to their final strike.
That was the slider there. That's the ball he could pull.
The Braves trying to take the first 3 games of this series. Ramirez trying for his first save of his career. Think that heart's beating a little bit?
Sure it is. Freeze's heart's beating. Everybody's things are a little elevated right now for everyone involved.
Two and full. Where was it?
Outside and low.
No go. Jose Osuna hoping for a chance to bat. He's on deck.
Well, if he gets up there, Frazier should be at second.
And with the count full, the runners in motion, and that trailing runner Frazier runs well. And he hit a ball a certain way out to the outfield. Might have a tie ball game. Enciarte, the center fielder, made a Gold Glove caliber catch. Josh Harrison had one ticketed for the wall. Now up to Freeze. Payoff pitch. Spoils another.
90. What was that? 98 that time.
Josh Harrison had an extra base hit, but Enciarte tracked it in.
Almost had a home run. It wasn't that far from going over that yellow padding on the top of the bullpen fence.
3-2. And there's ball 4.
There we go.
And the go-ahead run is aboard. Same situation as last night. 2 outs and the bases loaded, except the Pirates down 2 here. They were down 1 run last night and took the lead. Freeze working an 8-pitch walk. Now Osuna. A 13-pitch ground out last inning. Bases full of buccos with 2 outs. And that one is through, a base hit. And Gope is in. Frazier is in. And Osuna comes through to tie the ball game. What a hit for the rookie.
That's karma, isn't it, right there? That long at bat he had, almost hit the double, down the line, a little bit foul. And here he gets up in the 9th inning and comes up with an absolute huge hit. He did the right thing. He went up there hunting fastball, and there it is, right down Peachtree.
Jose Osuna. And with 2 outs, Frazier scoring as well. And now Mercer, who drove in the go-ahead run in the 9th inning earlier this morning. RBIs 10 and 11 for Osuna. And Ramirez now 0 for 2. Frazier scoring that tying run, being on base all 5 times tonight. Mercer tonight 2 for 3. Lead runner is Freeze at second. Osuna trailing at first. So Ramirez now 0 for 2 in save opportunities in his career. The Pirates have gotten them both times. The 27-year-old will throw his 27th pitch of this 9th inning. The Pirates have battled back again. He comes back to get Mercer. Jose Osuna's big 2-out 2-run hit has knotted it at 5.
That's got to feel so good for him. Be able to come up in a clutch situation. It's such a different type job that he's doing now than when he came up through the minor leagues. Just going out here and having to adjust to being a part-time player, coming up in these scenarios late in the game and pinch hitting situations. Now it'll be Rivero to see if he can keep this one tied up and give the Pirates another shot at it.
Look at that ERA.
Numbers are fantastic.
Ryan Snitker having his bullpen being used quite a bit, having to go with Ramirez, who's been very, very good. But in the 9th inning, the Pirates have gotten him twice this year. There's only 2 career save opportunities. Phillips, Markakis, Kemp. 2, 3, and 4 for Atlanta here in the 9th. They score, they win. If not, we go to the 10th. For 6 lifetime against Rivero, 2 for 4 tonight. Right to Mercer. And 1 out. Well, Rivero has been so solid. That ERA coming into tonight tied for the lowest in the National League for any reliever, 20 innings or more. He and Raiso Iglesias of the Reds are the tops. Markakis, poor numbers lifetime. I think that will be a theme.
Especially with lefties, you would think. It doesn't matter righties, lefties, really, with Rivero. Pretty effective to both.
Rivero has been really an emergent star reliever. Really since the moment that the Pirates acquired him from the Nationals last year at the trade deadline. And one bad outing with the Buccos. Take that away. His ERA is just a touch over 1 with the Pirates.
I was pretty surprised when I heard his name in that trade.
Well, the Nationals were going for the Downs last year. They wanted Mark Melancon. And Pirates general manager Neil Huntington demanding not only Rivero, but another good lefty hard thrower in the minors, Taylor Hearn, as Kemp waits on deck. Five in the ninth. And a 1-out walk. The winning run is aboard for Atlanta.
Well, you hate that. I mean, that was really one of the big differences at the top of the inning. That was a big base on balls that Freeze received with that tying run into second base. The single could tie the game. One of the big things about late inning relieving, you got to throw strikes.
Matt Kemp's last game winner was against these Braves. And a pair of singles. Markakis, below average runner. Braves only have the backup catcher Suzuki available on their bench. Clint Hurdle has Andrew McCutchen on his. Kemp 1 out of 2 against Rivero. Cervelli has been used tonight. Ortiz is out of the game as well. He started in center tonight. Now 1-2. That's a look that a lot of hitters will have facing Rivero. What's coming?
Might have that bad foot too after that foul ball. I think that might have been part of that look.
Adams on deck. One, two. Tried to spin one and missed. Pirates tied it on a Jose Osuna 2-out, 2-run single. And Rivero comes back to strike out Kemp.
That's not fair. That's what Kemp's saying. Watch this changeup.
Bugs Bunny couldn't throw a better one.
Oh man, that'll have you talking to yourself as you walk back. He has an array of pitches. He's way much more than a 99-mile-an-hour fastball.
Adams tripled off the brick wall and right back in the 4th. Hope that history doesn't repeat itself. Markakis on at first. Scored the game winner earlier this morning with Adams at the bat. If you weren't up with us at 1:52 a.m., that was that. And the Braves, after the Pirates had just come back and taken a lead in the top half of the 9th inning, Adams got an early morning shower. But Rivero ahead 0-2 here. Adams 0 for 2 lifetime against Rivero. He's got to think about a lot out there because he's got so many different weapons.
Yeah, talking the other day about this. He's got to kind of guard against using all that stuff, but I think he does a good job of that. Better than most relievers if they have a 4-pitch guy. Right there, he just went sliders mainly. He's brought out that changeup when he absolutely had to.
And we'll see extra innings here in Atlanta. Back to tie it. Pitcher spot due up first, so Andrew McCutchen going to lead it off, the last man on the Pirates bench.
Last man standing, so he's going to go up there and see if he can be the leadoff man that gets aboard. Cole Minter this year. ERA up there quite a bit, 5.60.
So McCutchen, who was going to get the day off today, kind of need him now here in extra innings. Pirates rallying back against Jose Ramirez. Failed to record his first major league save. A 2-out 2-run single by Jose Osuna.
Cole Minter really got that exaggerated over the top delivery.
McCutchen 1 for 12 lifetime against Cole Minter. who developed that style growing up in Homer, Michigan, throwing axes into trees. And Lorenzo, Andrew's father, looking on in the mustard crowned cap. Trying to get aboard and get the Pirates a lead. Maybe take one away from Atlanta after the Braves spoiled the early morning fun in Game 2.
Yeah, they took Game 2 away from us twice.
Yeah, that's right. Well, the rains came. The Pirates had a lead. It was an official ball game. Braves took lead. Pirates came back at the top of the ninth. And McCutchen comes through with a leadoff base hit. Go-ahead run is aboard on that pinch hit single by McCutchen.
The guys are finding some holes around that the shortstop position tonight. They're having a hard time with their positioning. They don't know where to go. Playing up the middle, they hit it in the hole. Here they decide to take away the hole with Kutch and he goes up the middle with it. Obviously good speed out there with the go-ahead run.
And now Chris Stewart trying to bunt him into scoring position with Ngope on deck. Stewart tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. McCutchen has stolen 5 bases, been thrown out once. You hear 1-1-1. That means go to first base. The sacrifice is successful. Pirates playing for the 1 run to take the lead here in the 10th.
Got 2 shots at it now. A big, slow, high curveball. Kind of an odd call to throw that pitch when somebody's sacrifice bunting it. Maybe hoping he just left it right in front of.
Yeah, makes it easy on him.
In front of home plate.
So Ngope came through with a hit. Trying to drive in the go-ahead run here in the 10th inning. Another one of those balls hit towards short.
Right on the very edge.
Now, Colemanter does not throw hard, but he gets by with that deception. Just don't see that too many guys come straight over the top like that.
He's not getting by very well, though. Hasn't been as deceiving of late. The ERA way up there. Hopefully we can take advantage of that.
And that's down the line. Fair ball. And Ngope with a base hit. Around third, McCutchen will score, and the Pirates on Ngope's double have taken the lead in the 10th. That's a big hit from Ngope.
Hey, 2 big hits. Came to this game late. You know, mainly he comes in these situations later in games for his glove. But how big has his bat been? He was right in the middle of it. Got the ball rolling in that 2-run ninth, and now knocks in the go-ahead run here. Just staying on the inside of the ball, hitting the inside half, shooting it down the line. Nice job.
And Ngope, who came in batting 200, 2 for 2 tonight. McCutchen with the pinch hit. And then that big double by Ngope. Pirates have the lead in the 10th. And after the intentional pass to Adam Frazier, following Ngope's second double, 2 on for Harrison, who it looked like Ender Inciarte might have saved the game on that terrific catch. Harrison had one that looked like it was going to thud off that wall out there. Just far enough away that the runners can advance.
Boy, things could really fall away in a hurry now.
That's a wild pitch. And now the infield in with 1 out. And hit past him. Here comes Ngope. Frazier around third. Harrison comes through, and the Pirates lead it 8-5.
That's a gut shot right there to the Braves. Five runs in the last 2 innings here.
They all came after 2 outs in the 9th. That makes dads happy.
Yeah, that single right there. That we talked about some karma with Osuna's head. How about that one? The J-Hay with that drive to center field last inning, that where he got robbed, and now he comes up with this big hit.
Kemp records the second out. Harrison back to first. 3 runs here in the 10th off Colementor, and this is where the Braves, you know, not having all their guys because they've been winning so much. 9 of 12 coming into tonight. Snitker has not had the full complement.
Yeah, I mean, you saw Colementor's numbers. This is a, you know, not the guy obviously that they would want to be pitching in the tie game late, but his ERA will take another big jump tonight.
Down the line and foul. And Tony Watson, who at about 1:30 in the morning was called upon last night. He's pitched 4 out of 5. This would be 5 out of 6 now. He has to try to convert this one. Freeze tonight drawing that walk, preceding Osuna's 2-run game-tying single with 2 outs in the 9th. That one cracked out toward left center, deep, and there it goes, a home run for David Freese. And the Pirates pile on in the 10th.
There it is, rubbing salt in there now.
David Freese's 5th of the year.
I wonder if they'll sit Watson down now. You were just talking about how much he's had to pitch of late. Now, big lead for the Pirates.
And sure enough, Wade LeBlanc is going to get up. Lots of smiles for the dads. Well, they've been waiting 3 games for this. And the Pirates breaking out here in the 10th. A 5-run 10th inning. And the comeback thanks to Osuna. 2-out, 2-run single in the 9th off Ramirez. Never say die, Buccos. They did it last night, couldn't convert all the way. Tonight they made sure they've got a little extra cushion. A lot of contributions all the way around tonight. Lost in this, Trevor Williams' first 5 innings. Osuna rockets this one out to left. And he has homered as well. No way, Jose. What a night for Osuna. His 3rd home run. A 6-run 10th inning. Wow.
Just turned on the inside. I mean, there's no velocity at all, and they're just teeing off. It's just bullet after bullet.
Well, we talked about how Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, out of some options tonight because of overuse of the bullpen. Braves have won a lot. Clementer's been the mop-up man and having to come in a tie game. A 6-spot, half dozen in the 10th. Just wanted to break that tie. 9th man at the plate this inning.
Well, they broke it.
They've scored more this inning than they did in the first 9. You never know what you're going to see.
Kutch might get another bat here on his day off.
Might that one blasted into center, and Mercer hits one out. The Pirates go back to back to back. Freeze, Osuna, and Mercer all homer. 3 in a row. And Trevor Williams' dad, Richard, has a front row seat for all of it.
And Mercer now have a couple of home runs here at SunTrust Park.
He hit his first home run against Clementer, and now he's hit his last one.
You see it again, and just not having any respect for anything to be thrown by them, and they can just sit back and react to the slow stuff.
And the Pirates with 3 consecutive home runs in an inning for the first time in almost 4 years. Pedro Alvarez, Russell Martin, Garrett Jones against the Cubs in September of 13. And McCutchen, who started this inning with a pinch hit single, gets the bat twice in an inning. And that was the extra point.
The extra points aren't automatic nowadays either. Wasn't sure if we get that one through there.
Well, yeah, Mercer had to punch that one 421 feet, 140 yards. A 7-run 10th inning.
What a great home run call that would have been. This one's through the uprights. They've put up a 7 spot.
Smiles all around. And Cole Mentor, they need him to finish this inning. 31 pitches. And McCutcheon went. The Pirates send 10 men to the plate in the 10th. A 7 spot. Up 12-5. Run, top of the 10th. 10 Pirates bat. You just don't know what you're going to see. Pirates were down their final out. Jose Osuna, a 2-run hit. Mercer homered. The 3 straight home runs by the Pirates. First time we've seen that in 3.5 years. Osuna homered in the inning after that big hit early. I guess early is the 9th. Freeze as well. Back to back to back. Putting an exclamation point on this come from behind lead. And now up to LeBlanc to preserve it. Having a fine year out of the Pirates pen.
Huge lead now. Obviously, he just wants to go out there and throw some strikes, maybe change speeds a little bit, get this one over with.
Flowers, Ruiz, and Swanson. Would make a winner out of Rivero. And Brian Snitker just, out of options. And the Pirates taking advantage. 1 out in the 10th. Trying to figure this out, but you almost never see. I mean, when's the last time you've seen 7 runs in an extra inning?
That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
Can only happen in the top, obviously. So that cuts half your chances away.
Mario Ruiz had that run-scoring single in the 6th, part of a 4-run Braves 6th inning where they took the lead. And then he scored that 5th run ahead of Santana's pinch hit double. That set up Osuna's game-tying hit in the 9th. Yep, he went.
Freeze walked. It was a 3-2 pitch, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm. 8-pitch at bat, fouled one off first.
Second game in a row. They've been down to their last strike and ended up coming back to take the lead.
Something. Well, never say die, Pirates. You know, Clint Hurdle has said that, you know, Pirates, there's 2 quick outs from LeBlanc. Now, the Pirates don't have a full complement of players right now. A lot of teams are always playing shorthanded, but they're going to play until 27 outs every night. Last night they did come back in the 9th, but fell. Tonight, try to make it a happy one for all the dads that are here, all the Pirate fans who now live in the area or maybe made their way to visit. Dansby Swanson grounded out his only trip back in the 8th. Well, the Pirates were 1 shy of scoring the most runs ever in an extra inning. Scored 8. Gifton Gope starting that 7-run 10th inning. Driving in the first run of that frame. He had 2 big hits tonight, didn't Gope? And he struck him out. LeBlanc makes quick work of the Braves in the 10th. And the Pirates a resounding come from behind win here in game 3.
Yeah, this was really a nice win, obviously, but I think the effect of this game long term, we got to go all the way back to Trevor Williams, the way he pitched. He looked so great for those 5 innings. I think you know, beyond just, okay, we won a game and it was a nice comeback late, but when you're looking at something that happened that is a good sign for the future. I mean, Williams just looks so sharp.